A marvelous Madiga. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. What a wonderful, energetic morning session we had. I want some enthusiastic people who have young heart. How many of you have young heart? Please raise your hand. Oh my God. Sir, you are not listening to me, sir. Sir. Suniye bhai sahab. How many of you have young heart? Please raise your hand. There is a way to raise hand. If you feel half-hearted, raise your hand half only. If you feel full-hearted, then raise your hand full. Great. Wonderful. Thank you. Krishna Prasad garu is raising.
Please recognize this presence of Mr. Krishna Prasad.
Yes. Yeah. As per the organizers, you can do that. I know
My sincere apologies. I did not recognize the presence of Dr. Krishna Prasad, the DGP of Telangana. He has done a lot of social work for our people. And sir, you are welcome. And big applause for you, sir. Thank you. You are doing a wonderful job for our community. A retired DGP from Telangana. Thank you very much, sir. Take ours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Gedida. తెలంగాణ నుంచి ఎవరున్నారండి ఇక్కడ ఒకసారి చేయలేపుతారా? హౌ మెనీ ఆఫ్ యూ ఆర్ ఫ్రమ్ తెలంగాణ? ఓకే అన్నయ్య గ్రీన్ షర్ట్ ఒకసారి లేవండి. గ్రీన్ షర్ట్ మీరే. యా ఎనీ మోర్ అన్నయ్య లేండి, ఒక ఇద్దరు లేండి. యా మన కోరమీసాలు అన్నయ్య లేండి ఒకసారి. కెన్ యూ ప్లీజ్ 3 go outside, tell that the session started and make everybody come inside. Come on, you have 5 minutes to do that. Come on sir, please, on your toes. In 5 minutes, we want the hall to be full. Make everybody come here. How many are from Andhra? Can you raise your hands? Ee Andhra cheyalepte sir ekkada bayatiki pampistadu anukokandi. Don't think that. Okay. Right. Now, may I request all those sitting in the back chairs to please stand up, come and sit in the front chairs. Back chairs lo కూర్చొనే అలవాటు ఉండొద్దు. ఎందుకంటే the more you choose to be back, you will be backward. Yes, that is the principle of backwardness. Whenever you want to attend a meeting, try to be before the meeting starts and try to occupy the frontal chairs. Of course, don't occupy the VVIP chairs unless you are a VVIP or a VIP, okay? One day you will also be VIP when you aspire to be in the chairs in the front. Sir, may I request those back benchers? Sir, please stand up, sir. ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నాను నేనంటే when others come, they will be looking for the empty chairs and that will be a distraction. So those who people sit in the frontal chairs, you also feel pride that you will not be distracted by the later joining people. Please come and join. Amma, whoever బయట ఎవరున్నారో చెప్పండి అమ్మా, లోపల రమ్మని చెప్పండి. Please do tell them. We are going to have very important sessions now. To introduce myself, I am Paranjyoti. By profession, I am in teaching, but by heart, I am for the downtrodden, neglected, oppressed, suppressed, almost all those sections of the society which are deprived of their share of development. Yeah, I'm going. Now, in order to begin this session, I would be pleased to invite Sri H.R. Tegnor sir, the President Inform MAC Karnataka, to be a part of the panelists. Sir, can you please stand up and recognize? They'll be. Sir, please put your hands together. Yes, sir. I'll be delighted to invite another panelist into this session, Sri Errola Srinivas garu, Dr. Errola Srinivas, former president, former chairman of SC/ST Commission. May I invite Madam Ratnaprabha garu to please take her chair on the dais. It will be full if you are on the stage, madam. May I invite Sanjay Gaikwad from Aurangabad, from Maharashtra team, to join as a panelist in this. Sir, will you please join us? Sanjay Gaikwad, sir. I request the audience to please put your hands together and invite. I also invite Sri Dr. Tenneti Jayaraj Garu, the former director of RIMS and the founding father of InformMac from Andhra chapter to be a panelist here. Sir Gaikwad sir, welcome sir. I request all of you to please recognize the panelists. Errola Srinivas. I request Errola Srinivas sir. No, he is available. He told he is coming. I request Member of Parliament Telangana Warangal constituency MP Dayakar Garu, Pasunuri Dayakar Garu to come on to the dais. What brothers, you had just had your lunch and you are very energetic. Let your claps not be. Yes. Now the time is 3 o'clock. This session has to go for 1.5 hours. Okay, we will try to wind up as early as possible for the convenience of everybody. But these are very important sessions. As the presiding guest of this session, I thank the National Committee for having chosen me to be the presiding guest of this committee. I thank Karnataka team for the privilege of giving this honor. I thank all of you for being present in this very important technical session. Dear friends, yes, madam. That's the reason I told. We'll take it only 1 hour. Yes. We'll continuously have, madam. Yeah. Yeah. 3 to 4, 4 to 5. Yes, this technical session on the internal reservation among SCs will go from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and it will be followed by another technical session, that is economical empowerment, that will be led by Muniyappa sir, Bhim Shankar sir. Yeah, it's Muniyappa sir that is going to lead this session. So that will take place from that. Dear friends, I deem it, we are fortunate to be born as Madigas. Many people may think that unfortunately we are born as Madigas. Okay, but I deem that we are fortunate to be born as Madigas. The reason being, we belong to that hierarchy. We belong to that culture, that history, which has contributed for the growth and development of the nation in particular and the world at large. I'll tell you from where. Sir, may I request all my dear brothers to please stop watching your phones and focus here, sir. Anayelu, కొంచెం ఫోన్ పక్క పెట్టి ఇక్కడ సెషన్లో పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయండి. మన ఫోన్ మనతోటే ఉంటుంది. ఎనీ మెసేజ్ దట్ కమ్స్ వీ కెన్ సీ లేటర్. First of all, we must be proud that we are scientists. You know from where come we are scientists? Yes, sir, we are scientists. People who were afraid of touching a dead animal, who could not make any good out of that dead animal, we are the ones skillfully remove the skin of it, and we have invented that chemical technology by which we can convert a putrefying, decaying skin into leather. Is it not? Is it not? Did anybody do this in this country? Did anybody try this? ఎవ్రీబడి ట్రైడ్. ఏమండి అందరు ఏం చేశారు అంటే బతికున్న దాన్ని ఉపయోగించుకున్నారు. ఐ రిమెంబర్ ఎ స్మాల్ తెలుగు పోయం దట్ సేస్ దట్, ఆడవాళ్ళ గురించి రాస్తాడు. అందంగా ఉన్నప్పుడు పూలు పెట్టుకొని అవి వాడిపోగానే చీపురుతో చిమ్మివేసే ఈ స్త్రీ జాతికి దయ ఉన్నదా అంటాడు. వేరే మాట అంటాడు, నేను అనన్నది. ఓకే, అంటే ఒక్కసారి వన్స్ ది పర్పస్ ఈజ్ ఫినిష్, పీపుల్ హ్యావ్ ఎ నేచర్ ఇన్ దిస్ కంట్రీ టు డిజోన్. అందుకే కదా ఎవరన్నా చనిపోతే వెంటనే తీసి కింద పడేస్తారు. వి డోంట్ డూ దట్ ఆఫ్ కోర్స్. As long as these animals, cows, buffaloes, oxen, were serving the families, they were caring it. But once they died, they threw them out. And they were not even having that courtesy to touch them. They wanted a person in this world who had that courtesy to touch them. Bhima Shankarji. They wanted a person who has courtesy, humanity, and that kind of attitude to be kind to a dead animal, to come and touch it, take it away. A skilled person who can remove the skin of it. A scientist who has invented how to convert a decaying skin into a mendable, usable leather. The process, మీకు ఎంతమందికి తెలుసండి? How many of you know the forefathers of ours? I don't know. Tanning, how many of you know about tanning? Very few, very few. Yes. Unless you know how much of science is involved in that, how thousands of years back our great founding fathers have invented converting or changing or bringing about a dying, decaying, putrefying skin into a usable leather. And you know this leather, what happened to this leather? If you see a barber who wanted to sharpen his knife, uses a piece of leather given by our chamar, or rather our artisan. We helped somebody in beautification. Second one, in agriculture, you know what are all those the belts that are tied in the process of ploughing, or whatever you call, using animals for agriculture, was only possible because of the bit of skin that we have given to the farmers. We have given to the toddy tapper also our skin. If you consider like this, every professional or every artisan in the society directly or indirectly was helped by our founding fathers by giving a piece of skin to them. Even the warriors who are going to battlefield also have used our skin as a sheath for the weapons. The horses, everything, every part of economy was directly or indirectly supported by the great Madiga in the society. So we must feel proud, never feel deprived. We must feel proud that we are the people who have given the foundation for the economical growth of the society. Never feel ashamed of being born in this very, very caste that has escalated or promoted economical growth in the society. This is the caste that helped every other caste to profess or do their profession. So that is the reason we are a helping nature caste. Now ippudu cheppandi, now please tell me, what caste is ours? Helping nature caste. We are the scientist caste, we are the humanist caste, and we are the helping nature caste. And we are the warrior caste also. For that matter, we are the warrior caste. We are the ruler caste. Okay, earlier, if you remember, when Rama wanted to find Sita, he approached our great grandfather Jambava, okay, to help him. Because of Jambava's help only, he was able to find Sita. That is, of course, the Puranas tell these stories. Whatever it may be, we should always feel proud and great. If you have that feeling of backwardness, feeling of deprivation, feeling of being looked down, we can never come up in the society. Please never teach our children. Always teach our children that this is what we have contributed to this society. Begin teaching about our ethos. Begin teaching about our contributions. Begin teaching about our achievements. This is the paradigm shift we wanted in our families. From the beginning, the majority of the observers who have studied about the caste system and about the exploitation that we are meted have resolved saying that it is mostly internal. It is mostly imbibed. Therefore, I request all the August gathering present here to please have a mindset change. Unless we have mindset change, we will never be able to go further. Wherever you go, wherever you represent, feel the pride in your heart. Have that glare in your eyes. Let your face be shining with pride. Then we can gain our legitimate share of respect in the society. With these opening words, I would now invite the participants to take part in this very important session. Now we all consider that we are deprived. The other day, elders, our deputy Chief Minister, former Kadiyam Srihari Garu and former DGP Krishna Prasad Garu, last night we three of us had a very elaborated discussion for almost an hour and a half. The most insights that came out from the discussion, I'll share and conclude my speech. One is basically we have to now act smart. We have to prepare a team. And third is we should have a clear roadmap. And we have to tap all the possible resources for lobbying to achieve this. These are the four fundamental things which we have to do. So toward that direction, maybe under the presidentship of Madam Ratnaprabha Garu, Inform MAC would definitely leave no stone unturned to achieve categorization as early as possible. In this direction, as our speakers have done a good job, I cannot leave this podium without appreciating the wonderful work done by Anil Kumar ji and his team and Tegnur ji and a team for having convened this beautiful meeting, though it is little postponed now and then. Some of our friends missed because they were not sure that this time it may or may not happen. But still, from certain states, we could not have the representatives. You have done it to the, in such a befitting way that we are not inferior to anybody. Okay, we are superior and definitely will continue this legacy. We'll continue this legacy. May I request all the participants to put your hands together and give a big clap to Tegnur ji, Anil ji, and all the team, Bhim Shankar ji, Munyappa ji, Lakshmika, Narayan ji, everybody. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Sri Tegnur ji to please come and share how we can form this roadmap. How are we going to make this opportunity? Now BJP is in the central. It has absolute majority. And now it is the government that which has to request the Chief Justice of India to constitute the 7 judges full bench constitutional bench. How are we going to, what as per your thought process and your experiences, how are we really going to do that? I request Tegnur ji to please come and share your thoughts.
I don't claim to be expert in this, but however, whatever the things I know about the internal reservation and the legal developments, legal developments, I will just share with you. Andhra Pradesh happens to be the pioneer in the country for promulgating internal reservation based on the recommendations of Ramchandra Raju Commission report. So Andhra Pradesh government, then government, immediately after the recommendation of Ramchandra Raju Commission, they issued one executive order providing for the internal reservation into A, B, C, D, that is 1, 7, 3 and 1, 7, 6 and 1 each. So 15% was divided into 4 A, B, C, D category, and that was order was issued, executive order. That was questioned before the High Court of Andhra Pradesh, which said that you cannot pass the just executive order based on the recommendations. You should get it passed in the legislature as such. Thereafter, the state legislature of Andhra Pradesh deliberated, discussed, and with absolute majority accepted the recommendations of Ramchandra Raju Commission and passed the bill, and thereafter act was passed. So for some time in the beginning, perhaps as per the recommendation and the act, they provided the internal reservation, but that was questioned before the High Court of Andhra Pradesh once again, where Andhra Pradesh High Court upheld this judgment. This act passed by the state legislature was upheld, and agreed by that, this Mahamala Mahasabha of Andhra Pradesh approached the Supreme Court, represented by E.V. Chennaya, and in the case of E.V. Chennaya, the bench of five judges headed by Justice Santosh Kumar Hegde from Karnataka, they passed the judgment that the state governments have no power to deliberate on the categorization of SC/STs. It should have been done in consultation with the National Commission for SC/ST, and it should be done by the Parliament. Parliament is the competent authority. In one breath, they said Parliament is the competent authority for adjudicating, presiding, and passing the orders as regards categorization. But in the second breath, they said that even Parliament has no powers. It has no powers. And they said that the constitution framers, constitution writers, they intended this SC community to be a bunch of flowers, a homogeneous group, a bunch of fruits. They cannot be categorized. They cannot be categorized. So with this, the judgment of 5 judges was passed with the ratio of 4:1, and that is the law of the land. And thereafter, the UPA government, then in power, they constituted one commission under the chairmanship of Justice Usha Mehra, retired Chief Justice of Delhi High Court. She visited Andhra Pradesh, combined Andhra Pradesh, then Andhra Pradesh, and deliberated with the different representatives of the different organizations. And based on the recommendations, requests of the different organizations, she made a recommendation that categorization could be done. It is not going to be violative of the Constitution. It is not against the Article 14, 15, 19 of the Constitution. But however, and she also further went and said that, the intention of the Constitution was to have equality among all citizens of India, and therefore it is not violative of the constitution, and Ambedkar also was of that opinion. That is the kind of recommendations she made, and however, because that Chennai judgment is there, that was the rule of law. As per Article 171 of the Constitution, it has got universal application. The judgment by the Supreme Court has a universal application all over the country, and therefore, to overcome that judgment of 5 judges, she alternately proposed for amendment to the Constitution and insertion of the clause 3 to Article 341. So 341 declares that the President is the authority to recognize, identify the communities to be brought under 3rd schedule and called as SCs, and the benefits of reservation could be extended. In Article 342, 41(2), Parliament is authorized to include or exclude any community based on the recommendation of the respective governor of the states, and they can include or exclude the communities. In continuation of that, she suggested subclass 3 could be incorporated, amended, and where you should provide for the internal reservation of the scheduled castes. No doubt, the castes enlisted in 3rd schedule are of different categories and having different professional background, cultural background, economic background, educational background. They are all varying. State, that kind of thing is there, and therefore, to justify the reservations, this categorization should be provided. That is what the Justice Usha Mehra Commission recommended, and clause 3 was recommended, which was deliberated in the Department of DOT, Law Department, others, Attorney General opined that in addition to clause 3, there could be one more clause 4. Clause 4 could be also incorporated, and where the authorities are identified. When once the categorization is done, the authorities could be allowed to issue the certificates accordingly. However, this has to be passed in the respective states with the absolute majority of the states. So this is one development. And the UPA government then also wrote a letter to all the states then. And Karnataka government also issued, got one letter, and for which instead of, by then our Sadashiva Commission recommendation was there, report was there. They should have placed before the cabinet and deliberated, discussed, either rejected or recommended. But that was kept pending as it is. Instead, from the department side, they sent a reply saying that we agree with the recommendation of Justice Usha Mehra Commission, and we agree for the internal reservation. And there they said, as agreed by the National Commission for SC/STs, but which was not actually done, which was not accepted. Almost 3 times the issue came before the National Commission for SC/ST, but the National Commission never took up that matter for deliberation discussion. Nothing was there. But however, Government of Karnataka, with their wisdom, said that, as agreed by National Commission for SC/ST, we also agree for the internal reservation. So thereafter there was a change of government in 2014. Thus NDA government came, and thereafter we have been fighting for the last so many years. Past 20 and odd years we have been fighting. Even after the formation of BJP government in 2014, our people have been fighting, the organizations have been fighting, and thereafter there was a change of mind. Thereafter, there was a change of mind of this NDA people also. Many times, these NDA people and RSS people called the organizations of different communities coming under the SC/STs. We also were called senior officers and leaders. Many times, they said, in consultation with all the communities will see that, the categorization is done. In the meanwhile, perhaps the people here know that Mandakrishna Madiga sat on strike before the Jantar Mantar, where then the minister Venkaiah Naidu called on him, pacified him, took him to Modi, Prime Minister of India, where perhaps Modi ji advised him to show of strength. You show your strength in your respective states, then I will come there and pronounce the categorization. Therefore, Mandakrishna Madiga organized a big show of almost 14 to 15 lakhs in NTR playground, where many of our Karnataka people also participated. They were present there. And Venkaiah Naidu came, and other ministers also participated in huge number. Everybody promised that your cause is right. Your cause is right. You are justified in demanding categorization. We will do it. But we are planning to get state legislatures pass their acts with absolute majority in the respective states, and with absolute majority in the parliament, we will get it passed. It is on the agenda of the Prime Minister. It is on the agenda of the Prime Minister. This is the word. These are the words used by Venkaiah Naidu ji. So thereafter, nothing happened. Nothing happened, and here also many deliberations took place. It is still going on. Nothing has happened. In the meanwhile, there was another development that a review bench was formed of 5 judges again. 5 judges again, headed by Arun Mishra, and Arun Mishra differed from Justice Santosh's judgments. That one thing that said the state has no power, but in the Arun Mishra case, they said, state is authorized, can do categorization. And categorization is not possible. Arun Mishra says categorization possible, that is the judgment. But because it was a coordinate bench of 5 judges only, they could not rule the Justice Santosh Hegade's judgment, and therefore they recommended that it could be passed on to the larger bench. Now the larger bench is said to have been formed, but because of other developments, committee is not formed. Many IAs have been filed. Even Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, they all filed the IAs before the court, but the bench is to be constituted. Bench is to be constituted and deliberated and taken some decision. So in this behalf, our organization should fight very rigorously, without which we'll have to mobilize unity. You will have national level as well as the respective state level, we need to fight together and see that we move in the right direction and approach the right way and get justice done to us. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Mr. Tegnur. And one announcement is that Karnataka delegates 19 rooms have not been vacated, and equally that AP and Telangana 24 rooms have not been vacated. I request who have not vacated, please go and vacate the room and hand over the key to them. Thank you very much, Mr. Paramjyoti.
Thank you for the announcement. Yeah, locals need to vacate first. Now it is time that we need support from all the members of parliament. We have here a member of the parliament, Sri Pashnuri Dayakar sir, representing Warangal constituency, to please speak few words and proclaim or announce how he is going to support this cause in the parliament.
సభకు నా నమస్కారాలు. వరల్డ్ 4th మాదిగ డేకు ఆహ్వానించిన పెద్దలు జయరాజ్ గారు, అదేవిధంగా రత్నకుమారి గారు, వేదిక పైన ఉన్న పెద్దలు, వేదిక ముందున్న కడియం శ్రీహరి గారు, కృష్ణప్రసాద్ గారు, ఇక్కడికి విచ్చేసిన దాదాపు అందరూ మంచి క్యాడర్లో ఉన్నవారే ఈ సమావేశానికి హాజరు కావడం జరిగింది. నిజంగా నేను మొదటి నుండి కూడా మాదిగా అంటే నేను బాగా నాకు ప్రేమ. నేను మొదట్లో చిన్నవాడిని, ఒక 28 years బ్యాక్ నాది డిగ్రీ అయిపోయినప్పుడు నేను ఒక ట్రైన్ మీద పోస్టర్ చూసిన, మాదిగ రిజర్వేషన్ పోరాట సమితి అని. నిజమేనా ఇది మాదిగైనా రాసింది అసలు అని మళ్ళీ రెండోసారి చదివిన. అరే ఇంత డైరెక్ట్గా మాదిగా అని రాసిండ్లేదనుకొని ఆ మీటింగు హైదరాబాద్లో ఉంటే, మాది నేటివ్ ప్లేస్ వరంగల్, దానికి హాజరై అప్పుడు ఎంఆర్పిఎస్లో నేను చురుగ్గా పనిచేయడం జరిగింది. ఇక్కడికి చిట్టిబాబు వచ్చిన్నాడు ఇంతకుముందు. నమస్తే. చిట్టిబాబు మా వరంగల్ డిస్టిక్లో కూడా ఆర్గనైజ్ చేసిండు. కృష్ణ మాదిగ, కృపాకర్ మాదిగ, చిట్టిబాబు, ఇంకో నలుగురితోటి కూడినప్పుడు నేను బాగా పనిచేసిన తర్వాత ఏబిసిడి వర్గీకరణ అయింది. వర్గీకరణ అయిన తర్వాత నాకు ఫైర్ ఆఫీసర్ జాబ్ వచ్చింది. ఎస్సీ అప్పుడు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఒకటి ఉండే పోస్టు, అది ఎస్సీ బీది. ఆ ఒక్క పోస్టు అది నాకే వచ్చింది, సెలెక్ట్ అయినా. అది అంటే నేను అనుకున్నా ఇది ఉద్యమంలో పనిచేసినందుకు నాకు కృతజ్ఞతగా వచ్చింది అనుకున్నా. తర్వాత ఒక 15 days తర్వాత నేను ఒక గ్యాస్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూటర్గా మళ్ళీ అయినా నేను జాబ్ చేయలేదు. నిజంగా అంటే నేను నా రాజకీయ ప్రస్తావన ఎంఆర్పిఎస్ తోటి స్టార్ట్ అయింది. అయిన తర్వాత నేను తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమంలో పనిచేసినప్పుడు కమిట్మెంట్గా బేసికల్గా నేను ఆర్టిస్టును. నాది బిఎఫ్ఏ అయిపోయింది, నేను ఒక ఆర్టిస్టును. తర్వాత నా కమిట్మెంట్ చూసి నాకు ఆ రోజు సీఎం గారు నేను ఎంపీని అవుతాను అనుకోలేదు, ఒక ఎమ్మెల్యేకు ఒక నమ్మకంగా ఒక ముఖ్య కార్యకర్తగా ఉందాం అనుకున్నా. నాకు ఎంపీ టికెట్ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత దాదాపు హయ్యెస్ట్ మెజార్టీ, నాకు 4,80,000 మెజార్టీని ఇచ్చిండ్రు. అప్పుడు నాకు సీఎం గారు నన్ను దగ్గర తీసుకొని కౌగులించుకొని, దీంట్లో 7% మీ పర్సనల్ దయాకర్ అని నన్ను కౌగులించుకొని మా సీఎం గారు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అంటే పర్సనల్ అంటే నాకు ఇంకా వేరే ఏం లేదు. పర్సనల్ అంటే మన మాదిగ దండోరులో నేను తిరిగినా కాబట్టి ఎక్కడ హయ్యెస్ట్ మెజార్టీ ఉన్న ఒక్క కులంతో తీసుకుంటే హయ్యెస్ట్ కులం, మెజార్టీగా ఉండే కులం మాదిగ కులం. మాదిగ కులానికంటే పెద్దదైతే ఏ కులం ఉండదు. సరే బీదోళ్ళు మన దాంట్లో ఉండొచ్చు, కానీ ఎక్కువ మెజార్టీ ఉన్న కులం మనదే. ఏ విలేజ్లకు, తెలంగాణ పల్లెలలో ఏ విలేజ్కి పోయినా దాదాపు 30-40% మాదిగలే ఉంటారు. దాంతో నాకు హయ్యెస్ట్ మెజార్టీ వచ్చింది. రెండోసారి వస్తుందో రాదో అనుకున్నా, రెండోసారి టికెట్ వచ్చింది. మళ్ళా నంబర్ 1 మెజార్టీ స్టేట్లో వచ్చింది. అంటే నేను పర్సనల్గా నేను కొత్తగా ఆయన ఎంపీని కాబట్టి నేను నా పరిచయం చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. ఏదేమైనా నేను ఇది 4th టైము దీనికి నేను ఈసారి నేను వచ్చే అవకాశం దొరికింది. నేను గతంలో చాలాసార్లు రావాలనుకున్నా కానీ నేను రాలేకపోయినా. కాబట్టి ఈరోజు మీ అందరితోటి నిజంగా పంచుకునే అవకాశం దొరకడం నాకు చాలా సంతోషం. ఏది ఏమైనా అంటే ఇంతకుముందు శ్రీహరి గారే కానీ చాలా పెద్దలు కూడా అంటే అన్ని రంగాలలో మాదిగలు ముందుండాలి, మాదిగల స్థితిగతులు మారాలి, అందరి పరిస్థితులు మారాలంటే ఏ విధంగా మారాలి, దానికి సపరేట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ చేయాలా, ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ ఇదే విధంగా మీటింగ్ పెట్టుకుంటే మారిపోతామా, మన బతుకులు ఏ విధంగా మారాలి, మనం రాజ్యాధికారంలోకి రావాలంటే ఏ విధంగా, దానికి మరో పోరాటం చేయాలా, నాకు ఏది కూడా కొంత అర్థం కాని సమస్య. కాబట్టి నాకు ఉన్న అంటే నేను డిఫరెంట్గా నాకున్న నాలెడ్జ్ ప్రకారం జనరల్గా కంపల్సరీ ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ కూడా మనం ఇట్లాంటి సెమినార్స్ పెట్టుకొని మన వాళ్ళు ఎక్కడ ఉన్నా ఏ స్థాయిలో ఉన్నా మన వాళ్ళను ముందుగా గౌరవించుకొని, మన వాళ్ళు ఏ పని చేసినా, ఒక మెకానిక్ అయినా, ఒక చిన్న బ్రిగ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ అయినా, ప్లాస్టిక్ ఇండస్ట్రీ అయినా, ఏ పని చేసినా కానీ మన వారి దగ్గరికే పోయి మనం పనిస్తే మన వాళ్ళు డెవలప్ అవుతారు. మనం ఎప్పుడు కూడా మన వాళ్ళని పట్టించుకోం. మన వాళ్ళను మనమే చాలా సందర్భాలలో అండర్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తాం. మన వాళ్ళు కొంత బాగుపడంగానే ఎందుకైనా మంచిదే కొంత క్యాస్ట్కు దూరం ఉండాలనే ప్రయత్నాలు కూడా చేస్తూ అంటారు. చిన్నవాళ్ళు కూడా ఏం చేస్తారంటే పెద్దోళ్ళుగా అయిపోయింది కదా అని మనలో కూడా అండర్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఆ మధ్యలో ఆ గ్యాప్నెస్ కూడా ఏర్పడి కొంత ఆ గ్యాప్ లేకుండా మనం కొంత ఎదిగినాం కాబట్టి 2 మెట్లు దిగి మనం వాళ్ళని దగ్గర తీసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉంది. కాబట్టి కంపల్సరీ కూడా మన వాళ్ళు ఎక్కడ ఉన్నా కానీ మనం ఖచ్చితంగా మన వాళ్ళు మెకానిక్ దగ్గర పోవాలన్నా మన వాళ్ళు, ఏ పని చేయాలన్నా కానీ మన వాళ్ళు లేకుంటే వేరే వాళ్ళ దగ్గరికి పోతే మన వాళ్ళు బాగుపడతారు. అట్లనే మనకు కమ్యూనికేషన్ ఏర్పడుతుంది. నేను ఈరోజు పరంజ్యోతి గారు, మా బావగారు, సరే పరంజ్యోతి గారు కంపల్సరీ నువ్వు రావాలని నాకు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. నువ్వు పిల్లలతో రా అని అన్నాడు. అంటే సరే నేను ఎప్పుడు కూడా రాలేదు కదా, సరే ఒక్కసారి నేను వద్దామనేది రావడం జరిగింది. ఏదేమైనా కొన్ని నేను పొలిటికల్లో ఉన్నా కాబట్టి వేదిక మీద కొన్ని మాట్లాడేవి ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని మాట్లాడని ఉంటాయి, చాలా సమస్యలు ఉంటాయి. ఏదేమైనా ఈరోజు మీ అందరితోటి మాట్లాడే అవకాశం కలిగినందుకు నేను చాలా సంతోషం. నేను ఏ ఇష్యూ వచ్చినా ఏది ఉన్నా కానీ అధికారంలో పార్టీ ఉన్నది కాబట్టి మన వాళ్ళు అని నాకు తెలిస్తే ఏదేమో అంటారు చూసినావా, ఎంతమంది ఉన్నా వడ్డిచ్చేవాడు మనోడైతే ఒక ముక్క ఎక్కువేస్తారు అన్నట్టు కంపల్సరీ నేను మన వాళ్ళను గుర్తించి ఏ అవకాశాలు ఉన్నా, నేను ఏ సమస్యలు ఉన్నా నా దగ్గరికి వస్తే, ఒకవేళ తెలంగాణ స్టేట్కి సంబంధించిన అంశాలు ఏదన్నా ఉన్నా కానీ నేను మీకు నా వంతుగా నాకేమైనా శక్తి ఉంటే అది నేను కంపల్సరీ మీకు ఉపయోగపడతా. ఇంతసేపు నేను మాట్లాడుతుంటే విన్నందుకు మీ అందరికీ కూడా పేరు పేరు నా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ ముగించుకుంటున్నాను.
సార్ అట్లాగే ఎంపీ గారు కేటగరైజేషన్లో పార్లమెంట్లో ఈ ఇష్యూ వచ్చినప్పుడు తెలంగాణ ఎంపీలందరితోటి దీన్ని సపోర్ట్గా నిలబెట్టిస్తా అనే మాట కూడా మీరు ఇవ్వాలి మాకు.
ఇంకొకటి, జనరల్గా మనం ఎన్నో ఉద్యమాలు కూడా చేసినాం. దండోరాని దాదాపు 28 సంవత్సరాల నుండి కూడా చేస్తున్నాం, కానీ పార్లమెంటు లోపల మాట్లాడిన వ్యక్తులు కూడా ఎవరు లేరు. కానీ నాకు ఒక అవకాశం వచ్చింది, పార్లమెంట్లో మాట్లాడినాం. ఫస్ట్ నేను అంబేద్కర్ గారు రాజ్యాంగాన్ని అందించిన రోజు నేను ఆ రోజు ప్రమాణ స్వీకారం చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ రోజు అంటే పార్లమెంట్లో ఎస్సీలది వర్గీకరణ జరగాలని నేను ప్రైవేట్ బిల్లు పెట్టడం కూడా జరిగింది. అంటే ఇవన్నీ కూడా అంటే నేను ఎక్కువ పబ్లిసిటీ చేయకపోయినా పార్టీ పర్మిషన్ లేకున్నా నాకేదో అర్థం కానట్టు, తెలిసినా తెలవనట్టు చేసుకుంటూ ఈ బిల్లు నేను ప్రైవేట్ బిల్లు కూడా పెట్టడం జరిగింది. కాబట్టి ఎక్కడ ఏ అంశం మీద, దళితుల మీద ఏ అంశం మీద ఉన్నా కంపల్సరీ నేను ముందుంటా. ఇంతకుముందు మన నారాయణ స్వామి గారు, ఆయన గురించి చాలా గొప్పగా చెప్పవలసిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. నేను ప్రమాణ స్వీకారం చేసిన తర్వాత నా దగ్గరికి ఒక సుప్రీంకోర్టు జడ్జీలు వచ్చిండ్రు. అరే వాళ్ళు చెన్నైకి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళు, లాంగ్వేజ్ ప్రాబ్లం కొంచెం లాంగ్వేజ్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది, మీరు మాదిగానే కదా, మీరు ఇట్లా ఇంత మెజార్టీ మీద వచ్చిందని నా దగ్గరికి వాళ్ళు వచ్చి కలిసి తెల్లవారే నాకు నారాయణ స్వామి దగ్గరికి పోయి వాళ్ళు ఫోన్ చేస్తే మీరు ఎక్కడ ఉంటారు, ఏ క్వార్టర్స్లో ఉంటారంటే నేను ఇట్లా సౌత్ వెన్యూలో ఉంటాను, నేను వస్తున్నా ఇప్పుడు ఉన్నారా అన్నాడు. ఉన్నా సార్ నేను అని చెప్పిన. వచ్చిన తర్వాత నారాయణ స్వామి గారు నాతో మాట్లాడాను. నేను 4 times ఎమ్మెల్యేగా చేసినా, ఒకసారి మినిస్టర్గా చేసినా అంటే నేను నమ్మలే. అంటే అంత లో ప్రొఫైల్ తోటి అంత పెద్ద అయినా వచ్చి అంటే ఇవన్నీ చెప్పి మళ్ళీ కూడా ఈరోజు సెంట్రల్ మినిస్టర్ అయిందంటే చాలా గొప్పది. ఆయన చాలా చాలా అగ్రెసివ్గా కూడా మాట్లాడడం జరిగింది. పార్టీలో ఉన్నప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఏ పార్టీలో ఉంటే దాన్ని వెనుకేసుకుంటూ ఎవరికి ఇబ్బంది కలగకుండా మాట్లాడవలసిన అవసరం ఉంటుంది. కానీ ఒక అడుగు ముందుకేసి బీజేపీని కూడా మరి అన్ని పార్టీలను కూడా విమర్శించిందంటే చాలా గొప్ప నాయకుడు. నిజంగా ఆయనకు కూడా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ ముగించుకుంటాను. నమస్కారం.
Thank you, MP Dayakar Garu. We hope that your support would be there definitely in bringing about or constituting the 7th bench. Now we have the most senior who has done a lot of work on this categorization, Dr. Sri Jayaraj Garu, Tenneti Jayaraj Garu, who is the founder of Informac. All of us, like by default, are either saying or listening to what is already said. But we are looking forward to Jayaraj Garu to speak something that which would give us a kind of a roadmap that how we have to get this dream of categorization turned into reality. I request Jayaraj Garu to please come and address us.
At the outset, let me thank the organizers for making a grand celebration of the 4th World Madiga Day. Particularly our Tegnor sir, the Karnataka State President, and BH Anil Kumar sir, and NC Muniappa sir, and many other officers, very senior officers who have supported this cause. I thank everyone for the organizing this a very big, great event of our community. Say, I will say a few points, like, why this World Madiga Day at all? What is this? Is all people from the world are represented here? Things like that I have been hearing. So I just want to share few thoughts about that. And before that, I congratulate our Madam Ratnam Prabhaji, who has been a chief patron to us, who has been a source of lot of encouragement to us, has become an incumbent president to this Informac, national president. Thank you, madam, for accepting our request to lead this. And we are very sure that during your presidentship, it will definitely go forwards, and we will achieve many new things during this time. And yes, I will come to the point. This why World Madiga Day is all about. So we are in habit of celebrating so many world days, like, International Women's Day, International say Doctors Day, International Workers Day, International AIDS Day. Like that, there are so many World International Earth Day, Environment Day. Like that, there are so many international days that are being declared by United Nations. And we have several festivals also. We have several festivals like Dasara Festival, Deepavali, Sankranti, festivals like that we have. And these are all just traditional. Nobody asks you to go to celebrate Dasara festival or Kumbh Mela festival and all that. But people are tuned to celebrate all these. They don't carry any information, anything new. We don't know when it started, how it started, with what intention it is started and all. But here in the World Madiga Day, Yes, Madigas are truly global. First of all, as our President Paranjyoti sir has said, Madigas are the first scientists. Their work has helped the humanity in many ways. So like that, we are the first scientists. We are very humanitarian, all these things. I want to add one more point to that, that is, we were the original inhabitants of this country, and we were the rulers of this country also. We all should recollect our history has been buried, so we have to unearth the buried history. If you just go into and use your common sense, most of the questions are answered, and it is beyond any doubt that we ruled this land for many centuries. So that gives you a pride. We are not just there are many people who have moved to India, migrated to India, invaded India. So several things have happened during the long course of history. But we are the original inhabitants of this country. We created the history for this country. That is the reason why the name Jambu Dvipa is derived. Jambavanta is our king, and his dynasty, it is named after his dynasty. So that we have to unearth the history. That is one of our jobs that we have to do. So the third thing is about categorization issue. Categorization issue, all of us know that our community is deprived of getting the justifiable, genuine share of ours. We are unable to get over many years, decades. Therefore, it is very much important that we have to become the part of this democratic system, wherein we have to get our share. It is our rightful share to get our part in this democratic country. And we fought for it, we got it. Yes, we fought for it, we got it. In Andhra Pradesh, we got the categorization, and it worked for 4 years. Afterwards, it has been cancelled. So I want to say about it, why it is cancelled. How many of you are interested to make a categorization into ABCD? Please raise your hands. Yes. So many of us are interested in categorization. How many A, B, C, D? Is it ABCD or AB? Or ABC? So all of us wanted ABCD. But this is very incorrect. It is not ABCD. Please remember this. It is not ABCD, it is ABC. We should have got ABC. Please listen to me, afterwards you can now discuss. It is ABC. See, it is the D which has created all the trouble, and we lost the categorization act because of this D, creation of this D only. Many people are not aware that there is no D which is called Adi Andhra. Adi Andhra is not the name of the caste. It is a fashionable word that they have derived in the year 1920 when Tamilians in composite Madras state, the Tamil-speaking Dalits, they wanted to identify themselves as Adi Dravidas. When they wanted to identify themselves as Adi Dravidas, the Telugu-speaking people started identifying themselves as Adi Andhras. That is how it came up in 1920. Earlier to 1920, there is no caste called Adi Andhra. And these Adi Andhra people are none other than either they are Malas or Madigas. But you know what has happened with the D, creation of D, that is 1%, and that 1% has gone into the roster at 86. If it is 86, all of you know that when there are jobs, there will not be hundreds and hundreds of jobs. There will be very few, say there may be 10 jobs or 15 jobs or 20 jobs in the higher category level. And automatically this GO tells you, or this act gives no opportunity for the D people to get a job at all. So these people who are grouped under D, they felt that they are deprived of this opportunity, or there is a conspiracy that took place, and that is the reason why they are eliminated from the reservations. That is the reason why they went to the Supreme Court. They lodged 6 cases in the Supreme Court. And there is none from our side. Only government argued from our side, and from their side there were 6 different senior advocates who argued from the other side. So this is all the creation. If it is say 1:7:7, if they did it, there would not have arisen this erasing of categorization. So let us be, once again, let us go back to it and discuss about, or try to understand why this categorization was cancelled. That is one thing. Second thing is that did we ever have any discussion with the people who are opposing it? To the best of my knowledge, neither TDP or Congress or BJP, they are not interested whether you are grouped or divided or whatever it is. They want their votes. They want their votes on both sides, both the right wing and the left wing. The problem is created by the right wing people. They are opposing you. So when they are opposing you, what is our strategy? Are you discussing with them? Are you negotiating with them? What are their arguments against you? And where will they stand? Without our support, can they or will they be able to become a force? Either for political force or a social force or economic force, whatever it is impossible for them without our support to become anything in these areas like political or social or economic. So therefore, our help is needed for them, invariably in all the sectors. Therefore, we have to start a dialogue with those people who are opposing. So as long as we continue this strategy, and because you know that they are a very big lobby, and they can always fight against us at every level, and to the best of my knowledge, not knowledge, but by common sense, I felt that this judgment was prepared and got it signed. The cancellation GO is prepared and got it signed. So such was the ability of them to manipulate the things at a very, very high level. So be aware of that. So this is one issue. Of course, everyone knows about the latest developments. Arun Mishra made it very clear in his 5-member judgment, and that is available to all of us. And every commission is in favor of categorization only. Every commission is in favor of categorization, but no categorization is taking place because there is no political will on the one side, and there is no effort from our side to resolve this issue. How long and how many years you want to drag on this issue? It has already been 28 years after the establishment of this reservation Porata Samiti, and they have been doing it last 20 years. How many years you want to take it? So this is how we have to view our plan of action. We have to make a plan of action, how to go about it. So this is, we need to have a closer circle discussions with the elite people who have some knowledge in this particular subject, who knows the history of this categorization problem and all that. And then we can formulate some thoughts or formulate some conclusions or whatever. So this is what I wanted to present it to you. Thank you.
Dr. Jera sir, I know you have a lot to speak. You have done a lot on this subject, but keeping the time in mind, you have taken your time in a wise way. Now may I request Professor Gaikwad sir, Sanjay Gaikwad sir, to please speak. All the participating members in the back, sir, you are requested to please come back here. Raichur sir, all those in the back, sir, please everybody come and join here. Join here, please. Yes, sir, please continue. Yeah, after this, there will be conclusion followed by release of Madiga Pramukulu book written by our Jera sir. I request Gaikwad sir to please go ahead.
First of all, let us salute the forefathers. Please raise your hand. Say, Jai Madiga! Jai Madiga! Jai Madiga! Thank you. I salute the great souls who contributed for the development of this country. I salute Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Babu Jagjivan Ramji, father of Indian political revolution, Krantipita Lahuji Salve, miracle in literature for the suppressed, oppressed class, Sahitya Ratna Annabhau Sathe, and all the Madiga forefathers who contributed for social upliftment and social equality. I love Madiga. I love Madiga. So I love the languages spoken by Madiga in all over the country. And definitely, first I will say, Nanna Pritiya Sodara Sodariyare, ಆದರಲ್ಲೂ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗೂ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲಗಿರು ಹೃತಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ವಂದನೆಗಿಲ್ಲು. ನೀವು ತೋರಿಡ ಆದರ್ಶ ಅಭಿಮಾನಗಳಿಗೆ ಮನ ತುಂಬಿಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. I welcome my brothers from other state. మా బెంగళూరు మాదిగా సమాజ తరపుము ఆంధ్ర మరియు తెలంగాణ సహోదరి సహోదరులకు నేను స్వాగతం పలుకుతాను. मी महाराष्ट्रातील तमाम मराठी बांधवांचे मराठमोळ्या मनाने बेंगलुरूमध्ये मनपूर्वक स्वागत करतो. Friends, I honor the dignitaries on the dais. First of all, our founder, Jairaju Galu, our president, ma'am Ratnaprabha Galu, Brahmananda Swamiji, Purnananda Bharati Swamiji. I respect H.R. Tegnur Galu and our member of parliament, Mr. Pasunuri Dayakar Galu. I remember one sentence here, and it is the inspiration of today's conference, and the sentence is, Nammagade Samudaya Kade. We should come back to society. Namma Nade Samudaya Kade. Friends, we are talking about World Madiga Day. I wish you all the best on this auspicious occasion of World Madiga Day. We celebrate this World Madiga Day for the development of the community, development of the society. What is development? When we talk about any society, when we talk about any group of people, we talk about development, and development is divided in three parts. One, developed group, another developing group, and third, undeveloped group. Madigas are in the third category of the society. We are in undeveloped groups. Madigas are, Matangas are Dalit within Dalit. We are backward within backward. We are neglected within neglected. And we need to change this situation. If we want to change this situation, we must understand what are the problems before us. We should know who are the enemies, what are the obstacles between development and Madiga. The obstacle is illiteracy, the obstacle is poverty, the obstacle is negligence of society, but the most important obstacle is unequal distribution of the wealth and opportunity. And this unequal distribution of the wealth and opportunity is nothing but unequal distribution of reservation. And so the equal distribution of reservation is necessary for the development of Madigas and allied communities. I may call it MAC. Madigas and allied communities development can be achieved only and only after the equal distribution of reservation. And for that equal distribution of reservation, we should come together. Only Madigas cannot fight for it. Only Chamars cannot fight for it. Only Valmikis cannot fight for it. We all should come together from all the states. And so I appeal one thing, that if we want to come together, we should know the reality. There are 1,221 castes in scheduled caste. Come here.
ಹಲೋ ನೋಡಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದು ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಟಾಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಈವೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಹಣ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದವರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕುಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೇಳಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಖಂಡಿತ ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬಂದು ಕುಳಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
We Madigas, we Matangas are in confused state. Some people call us Hindu, some people call us Dalit, some people call us by different name. When we call ourselves Hindu, the Hindus say, no, you are Dalit. When we go to Dalit, means when we call us Dalit, the Dalit said, no, you are following the Hinduism, so you cannot come with us. Where should we go? And so we should come together now. We should create our own appearance here. We should have our own existence here. And if we come together with all these MAC, I take Madiga, Chamar and allied communities, and I talk on regional unity also. Maharashtra, Andhra, Karnataka, that is also MAC. Maharashtra, Andhra, Karnataka, Telangana, Gujarat and Chhattisgarh. If we come together, we can change the situation. We have the members of parliament, we have the members of assemblies, but we need social organization, and I am thankful to the great inspiration Jairaj Galu for this social commitment, this social organization. I would like to talk you about the problems before this movement. Means we need the movement, and Jairaj Galu has started the movement. We are his follower. We shall come together, but there are some problems. Sir, I am from Aurangabad, and I would like to tell you one important problem here. If you come together, if you organize, you are punished. You are brutally punished. I would like 2 minutes, 5 minutes for it. You are brutally punished. One young man from Aurangabad, Manish Awad, is brutally punished by our elder brothers. I won't blame the whole community. I won't blame the whole Buddhist community for it. I will not go for that sin. But all the criminals were from the same community. He was not killed. He was not killed by the gun. He was not killed by the sword. He was killed by the sticks. You just imagine, how can a young man die because of sticks? He was badly bitten. Every bone of the body was broken. And he was nailed like Jesus. Nailed like Jesus. His legs were nailed by the killers. Brutally killed young man. What was his crime? His crime was, he was Madiga, he was Matanga. He said, he saluted with Jai Lahuji along with Jai Bhim. We all have great respect for Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar. We know the reality that except the contribution of the Baba Sahib Ambedkar, we were not be able to come here and speak before all the people. But the philosophy of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, the Pradnya, Sheel, Karuna of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, fraternity of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, equality of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar is need to be followed by the first followers. And so, I appeal from this dais, this national dais, this world dais, to all the Malas and Madigas brothers. Please stop conflict, support categorization. If Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar has given reservation to the backward class people in his constitution, the basic principle behind the categorization, behind the reservation is opportunity for the neglected class. Then it is same what we are demanding. We are followers of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, and we are going for the same demand that give the opportunity to the new neglected people, and these people are Madigas. I know the importance of time here, so I stop here. But again, I request all the Malas and Madigas, Buddhas and Matangas and all the superior communities in scheduled caste and needy communities in scheduled caste, please stop the conflict. This is matter of opportunity. This is principle of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar. We should come together for the following of Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar. Stop the conflicts. Stop killing. Sir, we are under fearful surrounding now in Maharashtra. If you talk about reservation categorization, you will be killed. Today, Manoj Awad is killed. Tomorrow, Sanjay Gaikwad can be killed. I appeal all the people here, come together. Our strength is our development. Our unity is our development, and I appeal the educated and established people of the society, please follow Jairaj Galu, please follow Tegnur Galu, please come together for the society. The poor people in society needs you. far more than the history. It is the crucial time for the society. Please come together. Again say, Jai Madiga!
Jai Madiga.
Jai Madiga!
Jai Madiga.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. You have given a very inspirational, thought-provoking, sentimental inputs to this gathering. I have 3 proposals to make. One is, we have to resolve after this session that there should be a resolution that should be accepted by all of us, that we are going to represent to the government and all the public representatives to take up categorization as early as possible. Shall we all resolve this? Please resolve with a clap. Thank you, sirs. Second one is, there is a very famous quote that is we are all following, give back to the society. But now it is time that we have go back to our roots also. There are millions of our own brothers. We are all very safe. We are all very secured. We are all we are never scared of doing or saying anything. But when you go back to the roots, still our own brothers are facing, as Gaikwad Sahab has said, in villages, in mandal headquarters, our people are facing lot of threat from internally and externally. So therefore, we have to go back our roots and should educate our people and must give them that confidence that we are with you, and we must mobilize our people and we must build our voice to request, as all the speakers have unanimously suggested, that we must build an agitation to make the political parties recognize that our vote bank may go against their favor if they don't favor our categorization. So I request all the members to please resolve that we must go back to our roots to build up a momentum, a moment to defend our right and fight to get our categorization. Shall we all resolve that? Thank you very much. Now my wish is that not only coming for a World Madiga Day celebration to Hyderabad or Mumbai or Bangalore, a day should come as early as possible that we all should gather somewhere outside the country also. Isn't it, sir? World Madiga Day should be celebrated. Why not in California? Why not in Sydney? Why not in Paris? Why not in Adelaide? Can we dream? Yes. A day should come that where World Madiga Day, before 10th World Madiga Day, we should celebrate it somewhere outside. At least couple of charter flights must fly from each city like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Calcutta, Vijayawada, and we all should land up at a place. And why not the president of that country be a chief guest of World Madiga Day? A day should come in our history, and let us all cherish and work, because lot of our children abroad are excited to really contribute for this cause and be a part of it. I hope one day we are all going to meet somewhere outside the frontiers of this country. Now, yeah, we'll do it. Our new president tells that we will do it. Yes, very shortly we can do it, right? At least a couple of hundreds we will meet somewhere and celebrate it. Yes, wonderful. Next year, Madam is telling, next year only. Why you dream it? Make a reality in coming 1-2 years. Thank you very much. Now I request all the honorary elders of this community sitting in the front chairs to please, Anil ji, Krishna Prasad ji, please come on to the dais. We are going to inaugurate the 400 Madiga Pramukulu, okay, book to be released now, and then the next session will start. May I request, sir, please. Vidyasagar, sir, please come, sir. I request all the Venkatesh, where is he? Anil ji, please come. Krishna Prasad garu, Ramanjanel garu, Lakshmi Narayan garu. Yeah. Please, everybody. Madam, you come. Please come, sir. Keshavamurthy garu, Surendranath garu, Bhimshankar garu, Bhimshankar garu, everybody. Please come. Durga Pradeep garu. Dugappa, sir, please come. All the Swamijis, please come. Sri Jairaj Garu has compiled the biographies of 400 prominent Madiga individuals from different walks of life who have contributed to the society and helped in the elevation of our caste in this. Gaikwad ji.
Please break open.
Yeah, I request all of you to please break open. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, everybody give a clap. Swamiji, please. Yeah, this is only first volume. Venkatesh ji, please come onto the stage. Where is Vijay Bonella? Vijay Bonella, please come onto the stage. Yeah, this is only first volume. I request Jairaj Garu, because writing a story or a novel or a individual's biography is very, not difficult but easy. But compiling, collecting the biographies of 400 prominent people from different states and compiling them is very, very difficult. I request Jairaj Garu to please make a English version, and as well as Techno sir to have somebody who is good at both the languages to have a Kannada version of this also.
While congratulating Jairaj Garu, outside there is a stall where my book, not as wonderful as Jairaj Garu, but a small book about my first posting in Kannada. So ಸಾಧನೆ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರಾನಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಎನ್ AC ಸಾಬ್, ಬೀದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು AC ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನ IAS ಕೆರಿಯರ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಸಪ್ನಾ ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ buy it. I think it's 150 rupees.
May I request for a better line so that we can have a good photograph. Sir, koncham jaragandi. Surendra garu. Anil garu, please join us here. Venkatesh ji, please join. Sir, koncham, if you can move a little. Yeah, we'll have a nice group photo. Yeah. Vidyasagar sir, please join. Sir, koncham, if you can move. Yeah, not physically. Sir.
Physically.
Not always behind the man, a woman is.
Yeah, beside every successful woman, there is a handsome man. Thank you everybody. Thank you participants and panelists. Now I request Muniyappa sir to please preside over the second session.
టైమే లేదు.
ఏం లే, అట్లా అనొద్దు, మన వాళ్ళందరికీ ఓపికంది.
సెకండ్ సెషన్
ಸರ್ ಏನು ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್
ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಆಗಿದ್ದು
ಸರಿ
ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ
The paper is in his hand. Munyappa sir, 1 minute. He will invite Venkatesh.
ಪ್ರಾಸ್ತಾವಿಕವಾಗಿ ಎರಡನೇ ಅವಧಿ ವಿಷಯ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ SC/STs with a special emphasis relating to the MAC communities. To deliberate upon the ways and means to protect the legitimate share of MAC communities, both in education and economic empowerment measures as well as the constitutional safeguards. I don't require more introduction about Munyappaji. He is a stalwart and he has put in 35 years of service in Indian administrative service, and he has worked in various capacities, and now he has done a wonderful job for the last 2-3 months. He has done this wonderful job for us, and he has been a backbone of our MAC Karnataka. I request him to take over the second session and do the needful.
All dignitaries for this session, I have given the responsibility to moderate the most important session, that is the economic development or economic empowerment. So for this economic empowerment session, so we have selected 6 most notable people who have done a lot in their own field with the experience of almost 30 to 35 years in the various services. They have got the experience with the grassroots realities. I would like to invite these 6 distinguished people, that is my dear friend and my batchmate, Shri A. Vidyasagar, the IAS officer from Andhra Pradesh. Number 2, very recently who has retired from the IPS, who has done, in addition to his IPS service, he has done lot of service, especially to uplift the grassroots level people with his NGO called Malupu. T. Krishna Prasad, the former DGP Telangana. Please. Similarly, another personality, Shri B. Koteshwar Rao, who is an IRS officer, who is currently working in Chennai, but he has got lot of specialization and deep interest in the economic empowerment. Shri B. Koteshwar Rao, I am requesting him to share the dais. Mr. Koteshwar Rao. From Maharashtra, again another famous personality, Dr. Professor Pallavi Amol Patele Sate from Satara, Maharashtra. I am requesting her to come and share the dais here. And another very important personality from Karnataka, Mr. H.R. Bhimashankar. He has done a marvelous job in preparing a mega project on the economic empowerment. He has circulated the document which has been placed in the pouches. He has done a wonderful work. So I request Sri H.R. Bhimashankar, an IRS, who is a principal commissioner, to come and share the dais, please. Bhimashankar. Then Dasnur Kusanna, who is working in ISEC for the last 20 years. He has written almost 17 to 18 books, of which he has written quite a few books on the economic empowerment. I request Dasnur Kusanna to come and share the dais. Dasnur Kusanna. Okay. So another, the dignitary, Shri Santosh Saunur. He has done again lot of work in the economic development. I request Santosh B. Saunur to come and share the dais, please. So in addition, our Lakshmi Narayana has worked in social welfare department for a long time, and then just he worked with the CM Secretariat for almost 5 to 6 years. He knows a lot about economic empowerment. I request Lakshmi Narayana to come and share the dais. So similarly, I request Mr. Gonal Bhimappa to come and kindly share the dais, please. Udi Venkatesh, Vidara, Davitu, Mani Venkatesh. ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದೆ ಮಾರಸಂದ್ರ ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪ ಅವರು ಬನ್ನಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. Dear friends, this is the last session. The total time given is only about 45 minutes. Frankly speaking, I don't know as a moderator how we could able to do justice for this particular session. In fact, if you notice, earlier we had about 2 hours time just for this session. Unless just each speaker is given at least 10 to 15 minutes, even conceptually he cannot explain. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ನಾನು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತುಂಬ ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ, ಟುಡೇ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ ದ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಆಫ್ the educational empowerment and the economic empowerment has brought us together. So without these two, I don't think just all of us who could have really just at least had this just wonderful the event in the Hotel Ashoka. So which means it underlies the fact that the economic empowerment is very very important. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೇವಲ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ನಾವು ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆ ಒಂದೇ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದು ಡಯಾಸ್ನ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ ಅಶೋಕನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಏನು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ಹೌ ವಿ ಕುಡ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮೈಲ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ. ಯಾರಿವತ್ತು ಸಫಾಯಿ ಕರ್ಮಚಾರಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರಿವತ್ತು ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಯುಯಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ಯಾವೆಂಜರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರ ದೇವದಾಸಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕಟ್ಟ ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ವಿನಃ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೇವಲ ನಮಗೆ ಇರೋ ಸಮಯ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಬರೀ 45 ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಥವಾ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅಬೌಟ್ 1 ಅವರ್ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಸುಮಾರು 9 ಅಥವಾ 10 ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಕೆಲವರನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಒತ್ತಾಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಇಡೀ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ವೀಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ 30ರಿಂದ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಚಿಂತಕರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ವಿ ಫೆಲ್ಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ just in the name of intellectuals, if 5 or 6 people just with our background, if we could able to speak to the audience like this, I think just we are disconnecting some people. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರೋರನ್ನ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ನಾವು ಕೈ ಬಿಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅದು ಸರಿ ಅನಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಕೇವಲ ಸಮಯದ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಂಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಂಟ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಅನೇಬಲ್ ಟು ರಿಯಲಿ ಡೂ ಎ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ಕನ್ಫೆಸ್. Like, see, what I am suggesting is, each speaker should take about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, because at least we could able to really hear to them, and then we can form some opinion. ಹೌದಾ? ಹಾಲ್ ಅರಿವಿ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ XML ಅವರು ಬನ್ನಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. So, dear friends, without wasting my time, as I told you, it is not enough. Only the so-called 500 intellectuals we could meet here to talk about economic empowerment. We should just connect to the lowermost. If that is so, if you really think about way forward, what exactly is to be done means, majority of us, 99%, we are all born poor. We have to take a vow that each one of us will not die as a poor person. It may be through your education empowerment or economic empowerment. We should just take a vow. ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಜ್ಞೆ ತಗೋಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಕೇವಲ ಬಡತನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಸಾಯೋ ಟೈಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಡವರಾಗಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲೇಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಈಗ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ ಜಾರಿಯಾಗಿ 72 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಥವಾ ಇದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರನೇ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಆಗಿ ದ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ 46 which has been incorporated, which talks about making a special provision especially for economic empowerment and educational empowerment. If you look at just the progress report for the last just 72 years, with a special purpose, when the special component plan was introduced for the last 30 years back, most of the schemes implemented in the government, they're all directed like a Garibi Hatao. So, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 32 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ the schemes have been designed only to attack the poverty, Garibi Hatao. But here just we have to discuss just not Garibi Hatao, Amiri Badao. Because in most of the, whether it's a national government or just here in most of the states, the schemes are designed in such a way only just elevate them from the poverty. That's a poverty emancipation. But next question, for how long just at least these groups of almost 75 to 80%, they should only just aim only just to come out of the poverty, or just like the schemes which have been prepared for the dominant caste, with the investment policies, with the other industrial policies, where just it is designed mainly to make them rich. But unfortunately, the scheduled caste people, that too the MAC communities, we are not just a party to the entire economic progress that is happening in the last 20 years. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳೋ ಥರ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ರಿಫಾರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಬಂದ ನಂತರ ಇವತ್ತು 134 the billionaires are there in the country. Every year 70 millionaires have been created. But the question is, from the MAC communities or the other scheduled caste people, are we, just part of that, the so-called, the progress? We are not. Why? Because in most of the policies, be it in the industrial policies, investment policies, agriculture policies, or various policies, the what you call the social inclusion, economic inclusion, the financial inclusion element is conspicuously missing. In fact, we have not made any effort to see that why these people are not be a party to the entire development. In the middle class, out of 55% today, still, just it is only 2 to 3% we have reached the level of a middle class, that is 5 to 10 lakhs. Or to put it in the other way, ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ ಜನ ಮಧ್ಯಮ ವರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಆದಾಯ ತೆರಿಗೆ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಇರೋ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸು ಆರ್ ದ ರಿಯಲಿ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್? Because these are the areas we are really supposed to talk. Now the poverty, when we talk about the poverty, ಬಡತನ 1947 ಮಧ್ಯರಾತ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಜವಾಹರ್ಲಾಲ್ ನೆಹರು, when he addressed through his Tryst with Destiny, he said that this government is committed to wipe out the tears from every poor person ಅಂತ. What is poverty? ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. When you have no access to the means of production, either the land, education, capital, and then the power. ಈ 4 ಸಾಧನಗಳೇನಿದೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಆಕ್ಸೆಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ದಮ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಬ್ರಾಕೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪೂರ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸೊ ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು 4 ಸಾಧನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಆಕ್ಸೆಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ತಗೋಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಮಧ್ಯಮ ವರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ರಿಚ್ ವರ್ಗಕ್ಕೂ ಸೇರಬಹುದು, ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಒಂದು 5 ಕೋಟಿ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತೇನಾಗಿದೆ, ಈ ಟೈಮ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಂಟಿಂದ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್. And then the last point, ನಮಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಇರೋ ರೋಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ ಅಥವಾ ಬ್ಲೂ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಏನು, ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಡಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಬಲ ಜಾತಿಗಳ ತರಹ, ದ ಡಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ತರಹ, ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಜಸ್ಟ್ be a part of the wealth creation, the overall objective of the wealth creation. Say for example, the current government, they wanted to be a superpower, the economic superpower. American economy is about 24 trillion American dollars economy. If the China is about 13 trillion dollars economy, the India from 2.4 we wanted to chase and we wanted to become a superpower. Great. But is it possible for these Dalit people? Is it possible among the Dalit, these MAC communities could also be just part of the wealth creation? That is, if so, what type of strategies we require? What type of a blueprint we require? What type of a roadmap we require? And then what type of a vision? In fact, most of the states, we don't have an economic vision. We don't have a separate economic policies. How exactly to go about? I think this is what we intellectuals, we are supposed to prepare a blueprint, and then we have to go to the policy makers, and then just we have to connect just these policies with the vision maps at the state level, district level, taluka level, even to the village level. So this should be just our way forward. With these few words or a few sentences, let me just at least request the other gentlemen just who are sharing the dais. So my only request is that time just kindly just any person just who comes here to talk, kindly just at least bear in your mind that time is very, very important, because it's very difficult for us to stop you in the middle, but kindly just you yourself understand, and then just it should not be more than about 5 to 6 minutes, please. So ಈ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ the first just I request Shri A. Vidyasagar to come and share his thoughts in a brief, please. Please.
So good evening to all of you on the dais, off the dais. So now we know what are the 3 important points for the empowerment of Madiga and allied castes. So the central point is economic empowerment. Unless we are economically empowered, we cannot either achieve the first one and the last one of empowerment itself. So for that, what I suggest is, I have only 2 brief points. One, an organization like this should internally get strengthened so that it could have a separate mechanism for information collection. What is happening is governments for various reasons are announcing various schemes, but we are not able to keep our people ready to take the benefit of those schemes. This is actually a major problem which we have seen in almost all the states. We keep on complaining that our people are not getting, others are getting it. But now, since we have an organization, we may have to plan an information think tank, where each district-wise, in all the states, who are the people who are eligible for what kind of schemes? Depending on their educational qualifications, depending on their technical qualifications, who are the people who are eligible for what kind of a scheme or what kind of a job? This is number one. Unless we do this, we keep on complaining, keep on lamenting, will not take us anywhere. This is one. Number 2 is, in this gathering of, maybe 4th gathering, there are women here. So 50% of women who should be part of this gathering are missing. This is nothing unusual. Everywhere in the country, the same thing is happening. We are also following the same, by default. There is a saying, if a woman is educated, the whole family is educated. Similarly, if a woman is empowered economically, she will take care of the family. What we have observed in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, with the introduction of Dwakra, that is basically the women-based scheme. So there women started getting some income through various activities. The income which the woman earn is now going for the family. Since she is earning, she is taking care of the family, men are now taking to drinking. Most of them, they have taken to drinking or going for gambling. This is basically because they feel that women is now on her own. She is able to earn, she is able to take care. That's why indirectly she is not taking or giving him that respect which he used to get earlier. So that's why at least now, as an organization and a community which is now complaining against all the evils of a dominant society, these are only 2 evils. One is patriarchy, that is male dominant society. Second thing is women ignoring society. We are following both the things. Let's take these 2 things into consideration so that with the first one, we should be ready when there is a scheme, so that we can send number of people tell them to go and apply. Then we can pursue with the government or with any organization. so that we will be always visible that we are competent and our people are ready to take the opportunity. This is one. Second thing, now we have to make women equal partners. Equal partners. Unless we make them equal partners, families are not going to take education. Wherever women are little independent, they're immediately getting their children studied. They're sending children to schools, that to good schools. So that means once a woman is educated, woman is empowered, the family is empowered, the children, that is the next generation, will automatically get good education. Good education means good employment. Good employment means good empowerment. I want these two things to be taken seriously by this organization so that this organization should become internally strengthened. Any number of meetings, any number of requests, any number of complaints are not going to change our situation, because as long as you keep requesting, begging, things won't change. Unless we become internally strong and ready to grab an opportunity, things won't change. Let us now, we congratulate the new president of Inform MAC. As a woman, she would make these take these 2 points into consideration. I thank you all.
Thank you very much for your wonderful and inspirational talk, Mr. Vidya. The next just I will request T. Krishna Prasad sir to come and just share his thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And very good evening. I think after Paranjyoti Garu has gone and taken the seat there, the hall has become a little bit duller. So shall we have good evening to each one of us once again? Good evening to you all. No, I can't hear. Good evening to you all. Thank you, wonderful. First of all, let us all again thank the organizers for putting together such a wonderful event on the 4th time. And each time I am attending this meeting, it is growing in size, it is getting better in style, and more youngsters and ladies are coming and joining. All the credit to the organizers. And particularly this particular event is fantastically organized. I thank on behalf of everybody, Tegnor Garu, Munaya Garu, Muniyappa Garu, Anil Kumar Garu, Lakshminarayan Garu, and all the organizers. And of course, our special thanks goes to Terneti Jayaraj and Vijay Bonella. Ladies and gentlemen, respected speakers on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen of the dais. When we talk about empowerment, we talk about empowerment in terms of social empowerment, political empowerment, bureaucratic empowerment, economic empowerment is generally discussed towards the end before 6 o'clock so that everybody can go away. Let us think practically. When you talk about empowerment and when you are talking about social empowerment in our setting of caste system, can we really get that social empowerment? Let us think practically. Is it possible? So one Mahadwaram or one big window, one big door is permanently closed on your face. You just can't enter. That social empowerment is just not your baby. You cannot talk about it. You don't have right to talk about it. You are denied to talk about it. That opportunity is permanently denied. So the basic fundamental social empowerment is denied to us. Then we try to get satisfied with the crumbs. Now what is a crumb? The crumbs are basically the political empowerment, bureaucratic empowerment, or educational empowerment. I'll keep the educational empowerment for a moment aside. Look at the political empowerment and bureaucratic empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, in our country of 130 crore population, the SC community is about 30 crores, among which the Madiga and allied communities are about 15 crores. Out of this 15 crores, how many people get elected into the political reservation? How many people get selected or selected into by the UPSC or the State Public Service Commission? Are they in crores? Are they in lakhs? What are we talking about? The political reservation we are talking about is only in few thousands. If you add even the assemblies, in a total population of 30 crore Madiga and allied population. So what are the intellectuals thinking about the remaining crores of Madiga and allied intellectuals? Or even if you for a moment want to keep the Madiga and allied communities aside, the total Dalit community of the country, 30 crore. What are we doing? What are we talking about it? Are we happy by talking about only political reservation, bureaucratic reservation? I'm glad that reservation gives us the first step into dignity, into the ocean of dignity. The first step is through education. Education gives us that opportunity to put the first step into the big and mighty world of human dignity. We are denied, generation after generation, for thousands of years, we are denied human dignity. We are denied opportunities of learning the best things in life, which will give access to the best things or the best lifestyle or respect in society. And thanks to Baba Saheb Ambedkar Garu, after 1947, we started getting something in the form of education. We started looking different. We started talking differently. We are demanding respect. We are not begging for respect. Please understand. Empowerment is the day when you command. When you command respect, when our person in the village, when he commands that human dignity in the village. Imagine a Dalit family or a Madiga family in a village is not respected at all because it doesn't have a skill, it doesn't have a livelihood. What happens to his lady wife? Is she respected? What happens to his children, their children in the school? Are they respected? Are they given any importance? So, ladies and gentlemen, it is all about human dignity. It is not about snatching away power from others. I come from a very, very basic argument. Where is the human dignity for 30 crore Dalits, SCs and STs in India? How do we get that basic thing that is human dignity is as basic as your clothing and food? So when we are talking about that empowerment, let us quickly go back. I know the 5-minute constraint is there. I will close it in 5 minutes. When we got independence in 1947, and when somebody did a survey about how many Indians are below the poverty line, they said about 49% of Indians are below the poverty line. Then recently, after 72 years, of course now we are in the 75th year of independence, then when they again did a survey, Dr. Sira Rangarajan committee conducted a survey and said that 29.6% of Indians are below the poverty line. Not happy with that figure because it is looking too big. We ordered for one more inquiry. Dr. Suresh Tendulkar committee conducted another survey and said actually 22.7% of Indians are below the poverty line. Thank you very much. But still it is 22.7. If not, it is 29.6. So if you take the average of this, it is about 25%. What 25% basically means is 1 in 4 Indians is living below the poverty line. It is Indians, not SCs. If it is 1 in 4, that is 25% of the Indian population is below the poverty line, ladies and gentlemen, What about the SC population? Is it 25% or 30%, 35, 40%? Anybody's guess. It will be definitely more than 25%. So here we are intellectuals, we enjoy air conditioners, everything. But we are not thinking about the 30% or 40% of our population in the villages or in the rural areas or maybe in the slums who are denied the opportunity, who are still living in poverty line, below the poverty line. So that is the crux that I am going to talk about. I am interested in that group. What is the basic thing that they should get when so much has been denied to them? We know when elections come, a lot of promises are made, a lot of new schemes or innovative schemes are announced. And after the voting is done, we have a fantastic example in the neighboring state. Each election, very, very innovative things are promised to the SC populations. Poor people, they all go in millions and go and cast vote and make that party win. And in the next 5 years, nothing is done. Wave after wave, election after wave after election, new promises are made, votes are taken. But promises are not fulfilled. So we are getting fooled. We are getting fooled, and what is the role of our intellectuals that all of us are claiming? What is that role that we are doing when our own people are getting fooled every year in every elections? How, like just now, Vidyasagar Garu has rightly said, are we educating and battle preparedness? Are we now preparing our people to accept and grab, I will not say accept, grab that opportunities which the government is talking in terms of that election manifesto or GOs. Everything is there, but nothing is reaching us. Why it is not reaching us? Are we not asking properly? Why our boys and girls are not able to go to the bank? Why they're not getting the project reports prepared? Why they're not able to reach the district collector? Why, as per the GO, whatever amount is special component plan, whatever it is, so many 15,000 crores is what is announced by the government of Andhra Pradesh last year. How much of it has been spent? Where is it going? So fundamentally, when we are talking about an empowerment of such a huge population, I have full respect about the reservation, political reservation, bureaucratic reservation, jobs reservation. I have full respect. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been like this today. But the basic thing that makes the entire difference is the economic empowerment. Because another 30 crore population is still waiting for something to come. Because they have been told year after year, nothing will come to you, they have taken it as a destination. This is our life. This is what we are born into some community like this. So we have to change that paradigm. That paradigm shift is what we have to look for. We as intellectuals are responsible. It is our duty to bring that paradigm shift of bringing the economic empowerment, because when you talk about economic empowerment, there is no quota. There is no reservation quota of 5% or 15.5%. It is unlimited. Sky is the limit. So therefore, we have to look at nano enterprise. We have to encourage our youth to get into enterprise. Now, how do you get into enterprise? There are three essential things that you need to have for an enterprise. Basic education, maybe up to 10th class. Second is you got to have some skill. Without skill, don't talk about empowerment. What is your skill you are having? Drinking? Is drinking going to get you employment? What is our youth doing? Are they carpenters? Are they real estate agents? Are they construction agents? Are they rod bender? Is he a welder? Paramed? What is a skill? So do we have the n number of skills that we have, such a big array of skills that we are having as an opportunity? Is our youth given that opportunity to get some skill or the other, depending upon the aptitude and attitude of that particular person? So fundamentally, skill is most essential. Without skill, how do we talk about getting employment? I don't have a skill, but I want an employment. What is this? So fundamentally, how do we create massive Millions of people require skills. That skill has to be given. That skill, opportunity to get that skill is a fundamental job of intellectuals. We have to create opportunities for our youth to get the skills. And that is exactly what Malupu is doing. When I started Malupu long time back, that was in the governmental framework. That was meant for leather artisans. We trained about 160,000 leather artisans by sending to Chennai and other places. We also acquired 5,000 acres. But unfortunately, we got caught in the political web. Not a single square yard of that 5,000 acres was actually allotted to the Madiga beneficiaries. Not one of the 162,000 people who got trained were given any incentive. So we are caught in political web and we couldn't do much about it. So again, before retirement, I started this Malupu. So now Malupu in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, I'm cutting the long story short because of the time constraint. Malupu in Telangana and Andhra has got state committees, district committees, and mandal committees. We have gone up to the villages. What we are doing in Malupu is basically creating awareness. Last 3 years, we have created the awareness just like what we said. We should get into the economic empowerment, how to do it. Now the job is to get them to the chartered accountant, get the detailed project report prepared, go to the district collector, go to the GMDIC, go to the bank and get the loans issued and have the units established. That is the fundamental thing. That is where we are now trying in the 3 states of Telangana, AP. Tamil Nadu is moving very fast on Malupu platform. Jharkhand and Punjab has also joined. We are yet to do something in Karnataka and Maharashtra. We are looking for volunteers in Karnataka and Maharashtra to join Malupu, but here the target will be very stringent. We will stop talking now. We want units to start, the business units of typically 10 lakh rupees and below. We are not looking at 1 crore, 10 crores, because the first time somebody is doing business, we don't want to take risk. So we are telling them, take baby steps, because it's the first time you are doing it. Don't do more than 10 lakh rupees business or an establishment. So in each place, in every village, our target is basically every year, in every village, there should be one nano enterprise or Shukshma entrepreneur from our community. This is the goal, and that is I'm working towards. I welcome anybody who wants to join hands with me. We will work together. And I thank Chairman sir for giving me this great opportunity to talk to you. Thank you so much. Good.
Thank you very much for your wonderful and dynamic leadership. And you really, you have started this nano entrepreneurship is a workable, just at the village level. That's it's a good model to be emulated in the other states also. So I'm sorry, just for having interrupted you, just at least in a short time. I'm extremely sorry. The next is B. Koteshwar Rao, IRS officer. He has not come. Professor Pallavi Amal Palate Sate from Satara. I'm requesting her to, just my only small request, madam, kindly, just keep up the time. Yeah, please, madam. I'm sorry.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I'm thanking for my God, Chhatrapati Shivaji Raje, Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj, Mahatma Phule, Savitribai Phule, Mugdha Salve, Sahityaratna Annabhau Sathe, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Lahoji Salve, Babu Jagjeevan Roy. Because of this great personality, I am standing here. Thank you so much. Honorable Chief Guest, MAC Committee members, Ratnaprabha Ma'am, Tegnor Sir, Swami Ji, we already meet in Hampi. Gaikwad Sir from Maharashtra, Dr. Jairaj Guru, Dr. Anil Kumar, and all my brothers and sisters, those are coming from another states. Welcome here. I am Dr. Pallavi Sathe Patole from Satara, nearby Pune or Kolhapur, Maharashtra state. Working as a gynecologist in Satara. Today my subject is economic empowerment, and we are talking, very great personalities are talking about that, but I am working on it because I have lots of female in my group that our respected sir says female are the, in my medical language I am saying female are the spine of our family. Is it correct? Yes, yes. Sir saying every successful man having support of women. Is it correct? Yes, absolutely correct I say. Because of Samvidhan, I'm here. We are talking about empowerment. Let me asking you the question. I'm telling you the points, and is it the point is true or not? Is it in our community? Economic empowerment includes our ability to participate equally in existing markets, their access to a control over productive resources, their own time, lives and bodies, increased voice, agencies, meaningful participation in economically, financially, mentally, health, and physically. Is it correct? But in our community, it is not correct. I am very comfortable in Hindi. Can I talk in Hindi? Is it correct? जो अभी मैंने points बताए वो हमारी community के लिए correct है? We are following that? No, not at all. Because past I go, our family suffer from harassment, from open, I am speaking very frankly, friendly with you, open caste peoples. Is it correct? And nowadays also we are suffering like that. है ना? हमारे महाराष्ट्र में ओबीसी आरक्षण अभी कैंसिल होने वाला है. क्या पता हमारे बच्चों को एससी और एसटी आरक्षण मिलेगा या नहीं. एम्पावरमेंट इकोनॉमिकली फाइनेंशियली हम लोग क्यों हैं? क्योंकि हमें ये लोग आगे ही नहीं बढ़ने देते. अभी भी हम कोई भी समारोह कहाँ भी जाओ, कोई भी पार्टीज पे जाओ, कोई भी मीटिंग्स पे जाओ, अगर हम अपनी कास्ट मेंशन करते हैं तो वो क्या बोलते हैं? हाँ, आर यू, हाँ आप उस कास्ट के हो? अरे हमारा खून भी वही है जो तुम में दौड़ता है, लाल कलर का ही है ना, तो हमें ये ट्रीटमेंट क्यों? बिकॉज उनके परदादाओं ने उन्हें सिखाया है कि ये एसटी एससी दलित लोग दे आर नॉट इक्वली विथ अस, है ना? ये तो फैक्ट है. दैट्स वाई हमारे महाराष्ट्र में और ऑल ओवर इंडिया में सरकार गवर्नमेंट ने ये बताया है कि आप स्टैंड अप स्टार्टअप जो हमारे योजना है उनका लाभ ले लो. हमारे यहाँ अन्नाभाऊ साठे महामंडल है, उनका तो आप लाभ ले लो. बहुत सारे दलित लोगों के लिए उन्होंने इकोनॉमिकली रखे बैंक्स ऑर्गेनाइज किए. लेकिन जब भी हम लोन प्रपोजल लेके बैंक में जाते हैं तो फिर वो क्या बोलते हैं? एज पर देयर रूल्स दे सेड कि आप 2 गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स लेके आओ जो गवर्नमेंट में काम करते हैं. जब हम उनके पास जाते हैं तो वो क्या बोलते हैं? हाँ, हम नहीं पहचानते आपको, है ना? बिकॉज ऑफ दिस हम इम्प्रूव नहीं हो पाते. ये हमारी कंडीशन आज भी है, कल भी थी और कल भी रहेगी. डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब आंबेडकर हमें ये कह के गए, हम बोलते हैं इन मराठी, शिखास संघर्ष करा संगठित व्हा. मीन्स व्हाट? लर्न, conflict and organized. But in our community usually we see only one word we are following. Which that word? Conflict. Only हम संघर्ष ही करते आ रहे हैं, संघर्ष ही कर रहे हैं. अगर हम अभी नहीं उठे, अभी नहीं हम स्ट्रांग हुए तो हमारे बच्चों के लिए ये ज़्यादा महंगा पड़ेगा, है ना? इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट में जब भी रिस्पेक्टेड पीपल्स जो भी गेस्ट अभी आए हैं उन्होंने बहुत सारी बात बताई, लेकिन मैं उस पर काम करती हूँ. एम्पावरमेंट मैंने हमारी कम्युनिटी के लिए घर घर में जाके हमारी कम्युनिटी के पीपल के लिए रखी है, और वो मैं एज ए मेडिकल फील्ड में सोशल एक्टिविटी में लेती हूँ। अब भी लास्ट वीक में मैंने एक महोत्सव रखा था सातारा में, और वो उस महोत्सव में ओनली 180 स्टॉल्स रखे थे, और वो स्टॉल्स सिर्फ और सिर्फ हमारे कम्युनिटी के लोगों के लिए थे। वो क्या बनाते थे? बाजरे की भाकरी, जो भी वो हमारे यहाँ बोलते हैं चटनी, आप क्या बोलते हैं उसको? सांबार चटनी ऐसा रहता है ना, वाइट रेड, ऐसे बनाते थे। खाना रखा था हमने, जो भी वो सिलाई काम करती थी वो रखा था। मैंने खुद, मेरे जो लोग हैं, मेरे जो कलीग्स हैं, मेरे जो फ्रेंड्स, फीमेल फ्रेंड्स हैं, उनको, हमारी कम्युनिटी के मेंबर्स हैं, उनको मैंने टिकली का पैकेट, सब कुमकुम लगाते हैं ना, तो गुजरात से हम टिकली का पैकेट लेके आते थे, वो काम मैंने दिया था। वो मेरी ईच एंड एवरी फीमेल फ्रेंड वो पर डे 350 रुपीज़ कमाती थी विद इन 2 आवर्स। ये मैंने इकोनॉमिकली उनको स्ट्रॉन्ग करने के लिए ये मैंने काम किया है। हम इकोनॉमिकली स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं हैं, हमें इस समाज ने हमेशा गांव के बाहर ही रखा है। आप क्या दलित लोग हो, आप क्या एससी हो, हमारे यहाँ तो मार मांग सांबार ऐसे बोलते हैं। हम मांग जैसे नहीं होना चाहते, हम मांग जैसे नहीं है, इतना शूद्र समझते हैं। लेकिन हमने भी उनको ये करके दिखाया है। आज लास्ट 1-2 दिन में ही मेरा वो स्टॉल खत्म हुआ, और मेरी वो कम्युनिटी की मेंबर पर डे, आई एम वेरी ग्लैड टू शेयर दिस, मेरी वो लेडी पर डे 10 to 20,000 उसने बिजनेस किया है। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू शेयर विद दिस। उसको अभी जब मैंने वो एम्पावरमेंट के लिए उसको जो बोला कि ये करो, तुम्हारे फैमिली के लिए छोड़ो, तुम्हारे फैमिली के रखो, अगर तुम बीमार हो जाओगी तो तुम किसके सामने जाके पैसा मांगोगी? अगर मैं 350 रुपये कमाती हूँ पर 2 आवर्स में, तो मैं मेरा जो पार्ट है 100 रुपीज़ साइड को रखूँगी, और मैं मेरी फैमिली को ताकतवर बनाऊँगी। जो अभी सर ने बोला कि महात्मा फुले और सावित्रीबाई फुलेने भी ये बताया कि जर एखादी स्त्री शिकली घरातली तर ती संपूर्ण कुटुंबाला शिकवती। आई एम टेलिंग यू कि जब एक महिला, हम बोलते हैं कि फीमेल स्पाइन है हमारे फैमिली की, तो यस, वो मैंने प्रूव करके दिखाया है। मैं मेडिकल फील्ड के अंतर्गत हमारे वुमेन्स के लिए एक मैराथन भी रखती हूँ। वहाँ पे 2 साल की लड़की से 80 साल की बूढ़ी औरत रन करती है, एंड इट्स रन फॉर कैंसर अवेयरनेस। इन केस आई फाइंड द पेशेंट और दैट फीमेल इज सफरिंग फ्रॉम फर्स्ट एंड सेकेंड स्टेज कैंसर, आई एम गिविंग देम, मैं उसको फर्स्ट विथ मेडिसिन फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट ट्रीटमेंट देती हूँ। लाइक आई कैंप ऑल्सो, लाइक हार्ट कैंप ऑल्सो, लाइक TB कैंप ऑल्सो। आई एम द महाराष्ट्र डोनर मेंबर हूँ मैं। जब कोविड में फर्स्ट फेज में ऐसा आया था कि प्लेटलेट्स बोले थे, प्लेटलेट्स डालने पड़ेंगे बॉडी में, डेंगू में लगते हैं प्लेटलेट्स, कैंसर्स में लगते हैं प्लेटलेट्स, तब हमने हमारी कम्युनिटी के लिए ऐसा रखा था कि कोविड सेंटर ओपन किया था। उसमें हमारी कम्युनिटी के लोग वहाँ पे काम करते थे, उनको हम फीस देते थे, उनका ही ब्लड कैंप लेते थे, और उनसे हम प्लेटलेट्स SDP लेके हमारी कम्युनिटी के लोगों के लिए फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट देते थे। ये इकोनॉमिक स्टार्टअप मैंने स्टार्ट किया है महाराष्ट्र में, सातारा जिले में। अभी टाइम बहुत कम है। इकोनॉमिकली एम्पावरमेंट, ऐसा करना चाहिए, वैसा करना चाहिए, एकदम 100% ठीक है सर, लेकिन वो मैंने स्टार्ट किया है। आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल। I would like to thank the organization committee to give me the chance or share my experience in front of such a great people. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Samvidhan.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pallavi madam. So even though time allotted was 5 minutes, being a women speaker, we gave 10 minutes. So really, just you narrated a lot of experiences directly from the field. because many of us, just we may speak from the secondary data, but, just you have illustrated, just many examples with your field experience. Thank you very much. Next, I invite Sri Dasnur Kusanna. As I told just he has done a lot of. ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಸೊ ಐ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ just Mr. Dasnur Kusanna to come and speak just for some time. Thank you. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್
Thank you, sir. Actually, I prepared a PPT to present here. So when Muniappa told me to this addressing gathering, I prepared PPT. Recently, the Department of Social Welfare assigned a survey to us. I am representing from the Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bangalore, which is a primary institute in the arena of social science research. Since my student days, I referred many books, many statistical books, where I found that because the census is arranging in a different forms, the most of the census is a homogeneous kind of a census. But after the independence, we are getting in 1931 census accurate figure on the caste and tribes. Afterwards, we didn't get any information on any single caste groups. Particularly 1950 onwards, after the constitution adopted, we changed the parameters. We introduced the different kinds of parameters to understand the feelings and the perceptions of the people of the country. There we introduced the 240 parameters. Still we are following. That is a industrial classification. But when the survey was assigned to us from the Department of Social Welfare through the Lidkar, the Babu Jagjeevan Ram Leather Industries Development Corporation, I decided to go for conduct the survey with the help of Muniappa. Muniappa is our advisor. We designed that and selected 12 districts, 4 from Belgaum, 2 from the Gulbarga, and 2 from Mysore, 2 from the Bangalore. That entire result telling about the leather artisans groups, how it was formed out, how they developed their lifestyles and whether it is improved or not. Over a period of 75 years, with all that they are getting the benefits and everything, but still they are facing the problems at the bottleneck level. You may be afraid of it. When Ratnaprabha Madam was in charge of the women and children welfare, she was literally fought against the Devdasi system. But we have 4% of the pensioner and 3% of the additionally. When I conducted survey in the 12 districts, I got 3% of the new incumbent Devdasis. You can imagine. Wherever the country is facing the poverty, the poverty is a different kinds of definitions are there from the country to country. Our country is a socially the soft country. The poverty the definition is altogether different from the developed and underdeveloping countries. What Krishna Prasad saying that, see that how we are measuring the poverty, it's altogether is a different form. Every year we are pumping the money from the public structure to the people, we are taking that measures, and also we are taking the another kind is a representative sample. We are drawing some maps and we are finding some figures and we are fitting like that. The Tendulkar committee and that Rangarajan committee, based on that, they fitted the statistics. But real India is a different. We are talking about the statistical India. The statistical, which is the representing by the statistical India, and real India is altogether is a different. Because we in Chamar community, we have 4 Indias. The eastern India and southern India, and Deccan Peninsula, and southwestern and northeastern, like that. We have 4 or 5 Indias. And especially that particularly the southwestern and southeastern, and where these communities, the homogeneous community is a different, because generic names are different. The local generic names are generated by different cultural habits and cultural the perceptions. That's why we have many subcastes and in subcaste we have the fusion castes and fission castes. For example, a community is divided from the main caste, it is closely running by the main community. Suppose a caste is dividing from or going away from the subcaste, it is carrying the more characteristics. For example, Jagli. The morning I discussed about the Jagli community. Many of we don't know about that. The Jagli is a community belongs to the Odisha community. It travels to the Andhra to Karnataka. Likewise, we have many communities. We got it from the Khandesh to the Maharashtra to the northern Karnataka. We got from the Madras presidency to that's why Karnataka is a complicated state, as like other Andhra and Tamil Nadu and other states. They don't have any complications. We have a mixture of communities, mixture of castes and tribes. Because of that reason, we are facing the many hurdles. So, when investigating more and more, what Krishna Prasad and others told to us, sorry, because I prepared well, around 22 to 20 pages, the preparation was made I did it from the 4 or 5 days. I actually drop out levels, and I request 2 more minutes to present my views. Because overall in 12 districts, the dropout is very high. Why the dropout is very high? Among the males, overall 100%, 78% of the male student is dropout. The 28% remains representing by the women, the female girls, female student. And what are the reasons associated with that? The more than 78% of the students dropping their education because of the poverty. And the rest of the other issues is very less, around some 28%. Only 10% of the student is dropping the education without interest. Only 8% of the students is dropping because of the health reason. Here what we have to think that we have to addressing the community, intra-community, the prosperity. We have to develop the intra-community prosperity. Because I may say, in Karnataka, most of the subcastes are not uniting. Because we are saying under the umbrella of Madiga, maybe door may not come, Samgar may not come, but we have to develop the hegemony and the ancestral roots of the each communities. We have to look into the each communities, because we are all are skin-based people. Because of the hurdles are there. So even the benefits percolated to the among the, I examined that the 28% of the benefits goes to the rest of these. In 62% of the benefits went to the only single families. It is a bad sign to the developing the any communities. And many that when I got to the, and even the cooperative movement, it's a very, very lack in our community. Not even 2% of the people participate in the cooperative movement. How can we develop our community prosperity and other things? The cooperative movement is so good, and it is a one pro-people democratic institutions. We have to develop that kind of a cooperative institutions. Even not only that, even community participation, and even Adga system. You know that the leather artisans usually based on the annual the prices, they fixed the annual prices in each families, agricultural families. That also is coming down, and around 7% of the people is practicing that system, IAGAR system. That totally, even our leather artisan system is totally decaying from year to year because of various reasons. So we have to, I am very sorry to say, and our community is not only backed by the suffering by the poverty, because of we are suffering by the internal relationship. We have to develop the internal relationship very strongly, and each villages, cutting across the political and various reasons. Because I don't think Karnatakadalli ಬಹುಶಃ SC/ST ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಮಾದಿಗರಿಗಿರುವಷ್ಟು ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಬಹುಶಃ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸಂಘಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. How many units we have, that is not important question. How we are developing and how we are sustaining in the community is the most important. I thank very much to the presenting my views. I may take an opportunity in one day or another day to present all my that, because I conducted 2 surveys. One is on manual scavenger and leather artisans. Now I am conducting on beggars. I don't know how many members are seeing the beggars as in the streets of Bangalore. I may be already in pilot survey. 20% of the beggars belongs to our community. Unfortunately, they are from the northern Karnataka. So today, our team went to the railway station and Bangalore metro stations, and we are visiting the many places. And I personally visited many places, and we also, the migrant laborers, especially migrant laborers of the 8 districts, without any, the basis of the life, they are begging. In Bangalore also, I found that I am very thankful. I take an opportunity to in future presenting 3 reports before our community people, and I will make it as a note to all the people. I am very thankful to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kusanna. Actually, today I had invited Kusanna mainly because he is handling just 4 projects. One is on Safai Karmacharis and manual scavengers. Second one, as he said, the beggars. The third one, Devadasis is already done. Because most of the vulnerable groups on which, just he is working as a projects supported by the state government. In fact, I wanted him to, just to share maybe, just about 15-20 minutes experience, so that, just this group, the elite group, how we would have connected, to the lowermost, lower ring of the society. So I'm really sorry, Mr. Kusanna. So let me take, just one important issue is our Mr. Bhima Shankar, who is just one of the panelists, The last time, just when I announced he was not there. Now, just he is here. So, on behalf of everyone, I request, Mr. Bhima Shankar to come and share the dais, please. Next, I invite Sri Marasandra Muniyappa to come and just at least share for about 5 minutes his thoughts on economic empowerment. Bani.
ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಆಂಧ್ರ, ಕೇರಳ, ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು, ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಇನ್ವೈಟರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡನೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಏನು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಜ್ಯೋತಿರಾವ್ ಫುಲೆ, ಸಾವು ಮಹಾರಾಜು, ಪೆರಿಯಾರ್, ರಾಮಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನಾರಾಯಣ ಗುರು, ಭಗವಾನ್ ಬುದ್ಧ, ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್, ಕಾಂಚಿರಾಮ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ, ಮಾಯಾವತಿ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣಪ್ಪ, ಜಗಜೀವನ್ ರಾಮ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ನೆನೆತ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯರಿದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ, ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ, ಆಳುವಂಥ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ, ಸರಿಯಾದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸ್ಕೀಮನ್ನು ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ NC ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆನ್ಸಿವ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ದೇವಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಕೂಸಪ್ಪ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ DG ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಲೀಡರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತೊಂದು ಕನ್ಯಾಕುಮಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರದವರೆಗೂ SC STಗಳೇನು 30% ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬ್ರದರ್ DG ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಸರಿ ಇದೆ ಅದು. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಮಾದಿಗ ಸಮಾಜ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 60 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೂ ಮೇಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಆಲ್ ಓವರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಸುಮಾರು 15 ಕೋಟಿಗೂ ಮೇಲ್ಪಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಇದು. ಬಟ್ ಇದು ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗದ ಕಾರಣ ಇದು ಮೇಲೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಅನಂತರ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ, ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಆದಮೇಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ತಗೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಚಮ್ಮಾರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ಸ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಆಂಧ್ರ, ಕೇರಳ, ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು, ಪಾಂಡಿಚೇರಿ, ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ. ಉತ್ತರ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ, ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಈ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮ್ಮವರು ಚಪ್ಪಲಿ ಹೊಲಿಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸನ, ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟರಿ ಕೆಲಸ, ರೋಡ್ ಗುಡಿಸೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಉತ್ತರ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೂ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಮಾದಿಗರು ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚಮ್ಮಾರ್ಸು ಅವರು ರವಿದಾಸರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೇರಣೆಯಿಂದ ಅವರು ಲೆದರ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಥರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕಡೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ದಾಸನೂರು ಕುಶಣ್ಣವರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದೇವದಾಸಿಯವ್ರದ್ದು, ಬೆಗ್ಗರ್ಸ್ದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಯಾವಿಂಜರ್ಸ್ದು, ಇಂಥವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೋಗಸ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋರು ಯಾರು ತಗೊಂತಾರೆ? ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಏನಿವತ್ತು ಒಂದು 50 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ, 60 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಮಗಿನ್ನ ಭಾಳ ಈನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದರು ಲಿಂಗಾಯತರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಲಿಂಗಾಯತರು 11-13% ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 14 ಸಾರಿ CM ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 14 ಸಾರಿ CM ಆಗಿ ಅವ್ರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಉತ್ತರ ಭಾರತ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಹೈದ್ರಾಬಾದ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇರೋ ಫಲವತ್ತು ಭೂಮಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದಿದೆ. ಶುಗರ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಮೈನ್ಸು, ಗ್ರಾನೈಟು, ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ಸು, ರಿಯಲ್ ಎಸ್ಟೇಟು, ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಲಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಗ್ರಾನೈಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೈನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ 10% ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಕ್ಕಲಿಗರು ಇವತ್ತು 8 ಸಾರಿ CM ಆಗ್ಯವ್ರೆ, 1 ಸಾರಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗ್ಯವ್ರೆ. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಭೂಮಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಎಣ್ಣೆ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಶುಗರ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು, ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವರು ಭಾಳ ಬಲಡ್ರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಸ್ಸಿಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬಂದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಸಿನ್ ಬ್ರದರ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಒಲೆ ಸಮುದಾಯದವರು, ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 40 ವರ್ಷ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಬಲಡ್ರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾದಿಗರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅನ್ಕೂ ಭಾಳ ದುಃಖವಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ದುಃಖವಾಗಿರೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ NC ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪ ಸಾಹೇಬರದು, ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರದು, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವ್ರ ಫ್ಯಾಮ್ಲಿ, ತೇಗ್ನೂರವರು, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿದೆ, ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೂ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಏನು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಲೈಟೆಸ್ಟಾಗೆ KDBನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಸೇರಿ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ರತ್ನ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು, ರತ್ನಪ್ರಭು ಅವರು ಇದ್ದಾಗ 24.1 KDBನಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆ 50 ಇತ್ತು, 75% ಇತ್ತು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನು ಒಂದು 25 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ. ಮಾದಿಗರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಕೂಡ ಯಾರೂ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ? ಮೈನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲರ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ 24.1 ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಯಾರು ಬರಲ್ಲ? ಇವರೇನಿದ್ರು ಸೋಷಲ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್ ಆಫೀಸರು, DC ಆಫೀಸು, AC ಆಫೀಸು ಈ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂದುವರೆದಂಥ ಜನ, ಆ ಚಪ್ಪಲಿ ಹೊಲಿಯೋರು, ಏಲೆತ್ತರು, ಕಸ ಗುಡಿಸಂತರು, ಸುಳ್ಳುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನನೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜನ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮದು ಒಂದು 10 ಎಕರೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಖರ್ಚೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳೆದು ಲೋನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಒಂದು 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ನಾವು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅದೇ ಥರ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕಡೆ ಹೋದರೆ 75% ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಕನಿಷ್ಠ 1,000 ಜನ ಈ ಮಾದಿಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದವರ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು 10,000 ಜನ ನಾವು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚೆಚ್ಚು ಕೂಡ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಈ ಥರ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ಬರೀ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಆದಿಜಾಂಬು ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಅಶೋಕ ಚಕ್ರವರ್ತಿ, ಮೌರ್ಯರು, ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್, ಪೂಲೆ, ಸಾವು, ಪೆರಿಯಾರು, ನಾರಾಯಣಗುರು, ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅನಂತರ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕಾಂಚೀರಾಮ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಮಾದಿಗರು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಕ್ಕ ಮಾಯಾವತಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಪಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಾದಿಗರೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆ ನಿಲ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಲಿಂಗಾಯತರು, ಒಕ್ಕಲಿಗರನ್ನ, ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರನ್ನ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡೋ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಹೋಗೋದ್ರ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಒಬ್ಬ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಬಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮಲನಾಥನವ್ರನ್ನ ಗಾದಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೈನೆಲ್ಲ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಕೈ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಮೈನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ಆ ಥರ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪವರ್ನ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಂತವಾಗಿ ಇಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ದು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ 35-40 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮದು ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮದು ಗ್ರಾನೈಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮದು 150 ಎಕರೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಗಳು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಉದ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಂಥ ಅಶೋಕ ಹೋಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಆಲ್ ಓವರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾದಿಗರನ್ನ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಭಾಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ನಾನು ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ 2 ಟೈಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದೆ. ಮೇಲಗಡೆ ಕರೆದು ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕುಂಡ್ರಿಸಿ, ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಂದಿಸಿ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾದಿಗ ಸೇನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಾ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಟಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇರೋ ಜನಕ್ಕೂ ನೋಡೋಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಹಾಕ್ಯಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಜೈ ಭೀಮ್, ಜೈ ಭಾರತ್, ಜೈ ಕಾಂಚೀರ.
ತುಂಬ ವಂದನೆಗಳು ಮಾರ್ಸಂದ್ರ ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ತುಂಬ ಕಮಿಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಯ ನೀಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ತುಂಬ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ವಿಷಯ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಶ್ರೀಮಾನ್ ಭೀಮಾಶಂಕರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಭೀಮಾಶಂಕರ್.
I have a color mic and I'm sitting next to Honorable Swamiji. I'll take the pleasure of addressing you all sitting here. Good evening, friends and respected elders. In the first session, am I audible? Am I audible? Huh? Hello. In the first session on internal reservation, one vital point has missed. Scholars have spoken. I will just remind about that. Justice G. Rohini Commission has been appointed for providing internal reservation to backward classes at central level. Justice G. Rohini Commission. This was appointed in the year 2017, 5 years back. After 10 times extensions, That commission has submitted its report about a couple of months back. It is reliably learned that that commission has recommended subcategorization of backward classes, Mandal list, into 4 subcategories to split 27% reservation into 4 blocks. That report is under active consideration of Government of India. Sir, please listen very carefully. Very soon that will be implemented. Subcategorization of backward classes at central level, that Mandal list. We don't know. This commission was appointed in the year 2017. After that commission was appointed, they felt need for introducing an article into constitution equivalent to 341 and 342, which was not there. When Mandal Commission report was implemented in the year 1992, what were the lists of backward classes? The lists were prepared under 16.4. There was no article equivalent to 341 and 342. 341 SCs, 342 STs. By Amendment 102, in the year 2018, 1 year after the Justice Rohini Commission was appointed, was added to the Constitution. Article 342A. It is just synonymous of 341 and 342 with 2 subclasses. Later on, Maratha reservation came into question in Jaisri Patil case. In Jaisri Patil case, a constitution bench of 5 judges headed by Justice Nageshwar Rao ruled that if you say no to internal reservation for SCs in Chennai case, then there will be no internal reservation for OBCs also. After introduction of 342A. Now, another amendment has been brought. Amendment 127, wherein subclass 3 has been added to Article 342A to say that already states are having subcategorization of backward classes, that is regularized. It is clarificatory, which means they cannot say no to subcategorization of SCs now. They are caught in the web woven by themselves. Number 2, another one clarification. After Arun Misra judgment, there is no need for amending Article 341. Devendra Singh case, Supreme Court in Arun Misra judgment very clearly says Indira Sani has permitted subcategorization. The artificial hurdle created by Santosh Hegde in Chennai case is only a temporary hurdle. Once 7-bench judge sets it aside, straight away anybody can go for subcategorization of scheduled castes. This is a clarification I wanted to give on internal reservation. So very soon there will be subcategorization of backward classes at central level, which means very soon, without any hurdles, there will be subcategorization of SCs also. Let us be very clear about it. One second.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇಗ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ತುಂಬ ಜನ, ಇನ್ನು 6 ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
Vidyasagar Rao Garu and Krishna Prasad mentioned about empowerment of us. We should know the ground realities. What are the ground realities? 37% of us are illiterates. 37% of us illiterates 55% of us drop out before matriculation. 37% illiterates, 55% non-matriculates. That makes 82%. 80% of us live in rural areas. Among these, 42% are agricultural laborers, coolie, only on farm. 39% of us are laborers in a non-agricultural sector. Where you want to start the empowerment process? 37% illiterates, 42% agricultural laborers, 39% non-agricultural sector laborers, 81%. How many of us are graduates? 2.35%. PL Punya report, National Commission of Scheduled Castes, 2016. Official statistics. We are graduates only 2.35%. So, in my booklet, I have given the only place where empowerment has to start is land, animal husbandry, wood industry, and I was telling sand mining, construction industry, brick making, compost fertilizer manufacturing, where 85% of our people can start an empowerment process wherever they are, in whatever condition they are, without any preparation, without any skill. I have also given for the 10% who travel beyond matriculation and drop out somewhere in between, about 10 to 12%, various industrial sectors, semi-urban, waste management, small-scale industries, etc., etc. Please read that book. That will give you clear vision. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Bhima Shankar. Number one, just you gave a very good clarification for our internal reservation. In fact, that particular point was missing. So, second, of course, just you have written a book which has been circulated. So, I'm sure everybody will go through that one. Thank you very much. The next is Mr. Lakshmi Narayana.
ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಸಮಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. People are in the mood to wind up, but still I have to speak for about 5 minutes as stipulated by the chairman of the subgroup. I can only say that from the experience in the government, what I've noticed is that there is need for some amount of awareness, need for unity, need for identifying the areas where we can do a lot of work for the people in terms of economic empowerment. I am straight away coming to the point while my dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So let us confine to the subject because lack of time. So we need to ensure that the atmosphere which is available to our people, Madiga community people, is conducive in terms of education, employment and empowerment, so that they economically develop themselves. When we talk about educational facilities, though government has provided educational facilities in terms of quality education, not many of us, many of the children of our community are able to get the benefit. Therefore, while the departments are doing something, there is need for the society and the people like us to come forward and see that their educational levels are improved to some extent, so that socio-economic condition of our people drastically change when they educationally develop. Today we are standing here, as Muniappa Sahib has said, because we are educated, because we got into some service, we are able to sit in a 5-star hotel and talk to all of us. Baba Sahib Ambedkar has already stated in the Constitution and given in the Constitution that government has to strive to provide educational and economic facilities to the people, particularly weaker sections of the society. And the deprivation, what you see in the society is continuous. It has not changed substantially in the last 7.5 decades of independence. Today, we see illiteracy, poverty in the rural areas. We see unemployment because I had the opportunity of working in most backward areas. Our new president, chairman who has taken over our organization has also worked in that region of Gulbarga, where poverty exists. You see a lot of people very poor condition. Just now, Kusana was telling that he sees a lot of beggars from North Karnataka. That's basically because lack of facilities. Earlier, they did not have any facilities, and the land which was available to them was not fit for cultivation. Today, thanks to some amount of irrigation which has come in, there's some development, but it's still not adequate. Therefore, living standards are very poor, their economic standards are very poor. And secondly, land availability. Land is the main thing in rural areas. If a person has got some land, our friends from Andhra Pradesh would say that even with 2 acres of land, they'll become middle class, which is not so in the state of Karnataka. Karnataka, though land is available, they will not be able to cultivate the land because of lack of proper facilities that are required for cultivation of land. And our monsoon is also very erratic in Karnataka, unlike Andhra Pradesh or Telangana. And therefore, they will not be able to use the land properly. We have a scheme in government, land purchase scheme. We purchase land and give it to farmers. We give it to our people. Honorable Chief Minister, while talking in the morning, has said that there is a limitation of giving land. We should encourage people to go for other vacations, which are also being done through Industries Department. A lot of initiatives have been taken up by when Ratnapapa Madam was Industries Secretary for giving subsidy to the industries. But what's happening in reality is whether this industrial subsidy is reaching Madiga community. You have a 75% subsidy for industry, 75% subsidy for land which is allotted by KADB. Whether this subsidy is reaching Madiga community. When you see the statistics, it has already been stated by our friends on the dais that not even 5% of the people belong to Madiga community, while SC subsidy is there. When you say largely SC subsidy exists, we are looking at whether Madiga people are getting that subsidy. That is not so. I was also Secretary PWD, Secretary Social Welfare. As Secretary Social Welfare, I have seen some of the best of the institutions of Social Welfare Department, how many Madiga children are getting admission. That is not being checked because we don't have internal reservation, we don't have categorization. If there is categorization, internal reservation, even at the level of admission into the institution, we can ensure that our community people get best of the education in best of the possible institutions. ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ even assume that medical college, engineering college in government sector where you can get education at very subsidized level. How many of Madiga community children are able to get in? So you are having
So maybe, just instead of 5 minutes each, because that takes about half an hour. So I will request them for about 1 or 2 minutes, because, and before that, Madam, just she wants to leave. She wanted to give some, closing remarks. So just I request, Ratnaprabha Madam to speak for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll pull him out. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We had a wonderful day. We wish we could have stayed for a longer time, but because of some other commitments, some wedding to attend, I had to leave today. So, first of all, I wanted to thank Anil and his entire team, the Karnataka team, for organizing this wonderful event. Hats off to them. Though delayed, it was, I think, justified. Secondly, so many ideas have cropped up today. Probably some more will come during further discussions. The first thing which everybody has been talking about is strengthening ourselves internally. Okay, so first of all, I would request my colleagues, Anjanelu, though he has stepped out, in Karnataka, the FKCCI, has one principle of a past president, immediate past president. And the immediate past president supports the incoming president. So I request Anjanelu to continue to support, and we would first of all work towards strengthening the national body. I request the state presidents, Sri Paramjyoti is here, and Surendra Nath is here. Other state presidents who haven't come, we'll talk to them. Let us strengthen the state bodies internally. Identify the issues, the 3 E's which we are talking about. Go to the villages as much as possible. Have coordinators starting from the village level. Take youth who are more interested in working for the community. Village level coordinators, taluka level coordinators, district level, whatever you want to plan in each state, work towards the 3 C's. And next time when we meet, we won't have this lecturing. We'll have each state coming and making a presentation, how they made a difference to the community. Probably each one of us also, when I heard Mr. Devaya, one of our entrepreneurs, way back in 70s, he went to US. He said he had no money to study, and his teacher supported him to study. And that is how he's become a doctor and a great entrepreneur. Similarly, my father told me that he was so good in studies that one of his teachers said, you don't study in this village, you go to Chennai. And he sent him to the Kellet High School in Chennai from 5th class. That's how he could study and become a IS officer in his life. So I think each one of us can also mentor one girl or one boy. Minimum one girl or one boy. Let us mentor. So drops of water will form an ocean. So we are all the time talking because everybody knows what is the issue, but we are not making an effort because we are very comfortable in our own lives. So we have to take a little bit of effort to come out and help somebody. And each association, whether it is Telangana, Andhra or Karnataka, can we make an action plan and say we'll support 5 girls or boys who are preparing for civil services, 5 girls or boys will become good politicians, some 4 or 5 will become good lawyers. Of course, a lot of doctors and engineers are anyway coming out into the society, film stars, painters, artists. There's so many artists amongst us. Last time I met a lot of artists. Can we promote them through YouTube or whatever? So each state has its speciality. Let us, try to do something, giving back to the society, giving back to the community. So, strengthening, and let us not meet annually. I was just telling Paramjyoti that let us have a smaller meetings of lawyers, smaller meeting of doctors, like that, smaller meetings. So where we can sit in a round table and everybody can share their ideas. And one annual meeting we can have like this, and every quarter we can have some regional smaller meetings. And at the end of the day, when we meet for the 5th event, each state can come and make presentations. They can bring their, persons who have worked and done something. Somebody here mentioned, I'm not a talker, I am a doer or something like that. Somebody went when they spoke. So let us call people who are doers. And I think I liked what Kusanna said. Can we have one day a seminar in Bangalore where Kusanna makes all his presentation, one day discussion. Kusanna, I wanted you to see that the other day there was one news item in Bellary that a man has been converted to Devdasi. Now forget about women. They are converting men also into Devdasi because they want to perpetuate this evil because government is taking action against women when they are converting them. They have converted a man into a Devdasi. And there was a front page news item and nobody did anything about it. Some complaint, etc. is lodged. So a think tank like this, we can take it up.
Wrongly it is published.
It's wrong?
It is wrongly published.
He was not...
That is not a Devdasi system, madam. We have Vagas.
Okay. Okay, so that's not Devdasi, then it's okay. It was going round in social media, so I just read about that. So with this, thank you very much for coming today. And thanks to Sri Paramjyoti, who worked very hard on the Bangalore declaration. And we need to do more of hard work and try to get the document, Jairaj Garu, Vijay Bonella, etc., all the others who have worked very hard. Thanks everybody for being together, and together we will definitely see that the community grows, and we should stop talking about what is not happening and we should start talking of what is happening. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam, for your futuristic blueprint or a roadmap or the vision, whatever you have, just for this, the Inform Mac. Thank you.
See. Once I'll give the book. You want the book?
So now,
I'm going with Krishna Prasad. Just
now I request Mr. Hudi Venkatesh to speak for a few minutes.
ಫೋರ್ತ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾದಿಗ ಡೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೂ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಆದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಟೈಮ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಹಿಂದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಎಂಡ್, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗದೆ ಇರೋದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋವಿನ ವಿಚಾರ. ನಾನು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಪಾಯಿಂಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದುಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸಮಯ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ. ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನನ್ನು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ದಿವಸ ಆಚೆ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪೇ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅಂತ. ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಕ್ರೀಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು. ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಆವತ್ತು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ರೂಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ, ಸೋಷಿಯಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲಿ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪವರ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ವೋಟ್ನ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಆಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಈ 75 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇರ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇರ್ತಿದ್ವೇನೋ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ನಾವು ಅದು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿನೇ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಕೊನೆಯ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರತ್ತು ಹತ್ರ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಅಂತ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ನೀವು ಬೆಗ್ಗರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು, ನೀವು ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಪವರ್ ಅನ್ಲೆಸ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ದಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪವರ್ ವಿ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಗೆಟ್ ದಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿ ನಾನ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ನಾನ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಯಾರು ವೀಕರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೋ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅವೇಕನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಾನ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಮಾಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬರು. ಅದು ಬರೀ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಪಂಜಾಬಿನ ಮಹಾ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು ಉತ್ತರ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಿಫಲರಾದ್ವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಬೆಟರ್ ಲೇಟ್ ದೆನ್ ನೆವರ್. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಯನ್ನು, ಆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ್ದು ಇರ್ತಾವೋ ಆ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯಾವುದೇ ಇಶ್ಯೂನ ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಟ್ರೇಟ್ಸ್ನ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ 30 ವರ್ಷ 25 ವರ್ಷ 40 ವರ್ಷ ನೀವು ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೂತಿದ್ರೆ ಅದೊಂದು ಟ್ರಾಜಿಡಿಯಾಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಹೊರತು ಅದು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಏನಿದೆ, ಸದಾಶಿವ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ, ಆ ಇಶ್ಯೂನ ಯಾರ ಕೈ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ? ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ? ಯಾವ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯವರು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಎದ್ದೇಳ್ತಾರೆ? ಯಾವ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಯಾವ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ವಿರೋಧವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಚುನಾವಣಾ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡೋಕೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೂತಿರೋರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಲಿಟ್ರೇಟ್ಸು. ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಇಂಟೆಲೆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಟ್ಸು ಒಂದು ಇಶ್ಯೂನ ಟೇಕಪ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಲಾಜಿಕಲ್ ಎಂಡ್ಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಗೈಡ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗಲ್ವೋ, ಅದೊಂದು ಟ್ರಾಜಿಡಿಯಾಗೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸದಾಶಿವನಿಗೆ ಅದೇ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ. BBMP ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು. ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿ ತಪ್ಪಾದ್ರು ಏನವರು? ಪೌರ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮಿಸ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಕ್ರೋಸ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್ನ ಅವ್ರು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತನಿಖೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ತಪ್ಪಾಯ್ತಾ? ಹೇಳ್ದೆ ಕೇಳ್ದೇನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಟಚಬಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರು ಹುಟ್ಟುಹಬ್ಬ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡೋ ದಿವಸ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಓವರ್ ದ ಮಿಡ್ ನೈಟ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಒಬ್ಬ ಫೇಕ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂನ ಟೇಕಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮನೇಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಆತನ್ನ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಏನು ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆತನ್ನ ಅಳೋ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಾದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಏನು ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ IAS KSS ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಎಂಕ್ವೈರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇರಿಟೇಷನ್ ಇಮ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒದ್ದಾಡೋಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರಿದು ಕಾರಣ? ನಾವೇ ಕಾರಣನಾ? ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಕಾರಣನಾ? ವೋಟರ್ಸ್ ಕಾರಣನಾ? ಅಥವಾ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟೀಸ್ ಕಾರಣನಾ? ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪವರ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೀ ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ಅನ್ಲಾಕ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಡೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಂತ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದೊಂದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಸುತ್ತಲೂ ಗಿರ್ಕಿ ಹೊಡೆಯೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಯಾವ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಬರ್ತಾವೋ ಆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪವರ್ನ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಬಾರ್ಗೇನಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂಥನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಬಾಗಿಲಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಒನ್ ಲೀಡರ್, ಒನ್ ಫಿಲಾಸಫಿ, ಒನ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ, ಒನ್ ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲೈನರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನಾದರೂ ನಾವು ಹೊರಡದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಂಟೆಲೆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಮಾದಿಗ ಅಲೈಡೆಡ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಜೋಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನಿವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 6-7 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು ನಾನು ರಾಜಧಾನಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕಾಲಿಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲಾದಂಥ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ನಿರಸನಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿಟ್ರೇಟ್ಸ್ ಕೈಗೆ ನೀವು ಚಳವಳಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಮನೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೋ ಏನು ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಕಡೆಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೆಡರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ಸ್ನ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ಸ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್, ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಎಮಾನ್ಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪವರ್ನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ನಾರ್ತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಚಮ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ರೂಲರ್ಸ್ ಆದರು ನಾವು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ರೆವಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. 7 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಯಣ್ಣವರು ತೇಗನೂರು ಸರ್ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಾಳೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ನೆಪ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾನರಬಲ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗೆ, ಬರ್ಬೋದಾ, ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತನಾಡೋ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ, ಖಂಡಿತ ನಿಮಗೂ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಬನ್ನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗುವಂಥ ಸುಯೋಗ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಶಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇಂಟೆಲೆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಫೋರಮ್ ಅಂತ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಖುಷಿಪಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತಿಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನೋಡುವಂಥ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ 7-8 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಮತ್ತು ಇದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಅಂಶನ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನಾಗ್ತೇನೆ. SC/ST ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜಿಂಗ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್. ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಸಿಟಿ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಗಳನ್ನು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಲೋನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭ, ಸಜ್ಜನರ್ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಕೈ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಎಂಥ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಬಟ್ ಲಯನ್ ಶೇರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕೊಡೋದು? ಊರ ಹೆಸರು ಕೇಳೋದು, ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಅವ್ರ ತಾತ ಯಾರು ಅನ್ನೋದು, ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಗುರ್ತಾಕೊಂಡು ಲಯನ್ ಶೇರ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಿಟಿ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಗಳನ್ನು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಲೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಲಯನ್ ಶೇರ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಈ ಲಯನ್ ಶೇರ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡಂಥ ನಮ್ಮವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಟಿ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿರಲಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಜಾತ್ರೆಗಳಿಗೆ, ಮದುವೆಗಳಿಗೆ, ಮನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಡಿಫಾಲ್ಟರ್ಗಳಾಗಿ ಮನೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂತು. ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಬೇರೆ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಸಿಟಿ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋರು 5-6 ಸಿಟಿ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರು, ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಗಳಾದರು. ಮಾದಿಗರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ಸಹಾಯಧನನೂ ಕಟ್ಟೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಂತು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿರೋದನ್ನ ಈಗ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ವೇದನೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ನಾವೆಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಲೆನ್ಸಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಸ್ನ ಕಲಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಅಪೀಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ನೀವು ಫಿಶ್ ಹಿಡಿದು ಅದನ್ನು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತಂದು ಫ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿ ತಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ತಿನ್ನೋನ್ಗೆ ನೋವಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರ ಬೆಲೆನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಬದಲಿಗೆ ಮೀನು ಹಿಡಿಯೋದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಕಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ LPG ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಲಿಬರಲೈಸೇಷನ್, ಪ್ರೈವೇಟೈಸೇಷನ್, ಗ್ಲೋಬಲೈಸೇಷನ್ನು. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ದಿನೇ ದಿನೇ ಮುಳುಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಟೈಟಾನಿಕ್ ಹಡಗಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮವ್ರನ್ನ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟೈಸ್ ಕಡೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ರ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರೈನರ್ಸ್ ಆಗೋದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಕೆಲವಾರು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಒಂದ್ಸಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಭೀಮ್, ಜೈ ರಾಮ್, ಜೈ ಕಾಂಶಿರಾಮ್.
ತುಂಬ ತುಂಬ ವಂದನೆಗಳು ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಸಮಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳು ತಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಸಂಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ ಹೇಗಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ವಿವರಿಸಿದಿರಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಈಗ ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ XMLA ಅವರು ಹಾಲು ಅರಿವಿರೋ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರನ್ನ ಮೊದಲು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರೇ, ಮುಂಜಾನೆಯಿಂದ ಈ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಒಂದು ಮಹಾಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಂಥ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಆಂಧ್ರ, ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ, ತಮಿಳುನಾಡು, ಕೇರಳ, ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ವಿವಿಧ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದಂಥ ಸಮಾಜದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೇ, ಸಮಯ ಬಹಳ ಆಗಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಈ 4ನೇ ಜಾಗತಿಕ ಮಾದಿಗ ಸಮಾವೇಶವನ್ನು ಸಂಘಟಿಸಿ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊತ್ತಂಥ BH ಅಲಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಮ ತೇಗ್ನೂರು ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ದುಗ್ಗಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, ಗೋನಾಳ್ ಭೀಮಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರು, NC ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಟೀಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಅನೇಕರು, ನಮ್ಮ ವಕೀಲರಾದಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡೋರಿಯವರು, ಅನೇಕರು, ಅದು ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷನೇ ಆಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಅವತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತಿನವರೆಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ ಪಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೂ ಅನೇಕರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಸವಾಲಾಗಿ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಇದನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೊಳಿಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಮೊದಲೇದಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಮಾಜದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ, ತೇಗ್ನೂರು ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ, ಕಳೆದ ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಸಮಾವೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತೇಗ್ನೂರು ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇದರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವರು ಅವತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗುವವರೆಗೂ ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕವಾಗಿ ಶ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇವತ್ತು ನಡೀತಾ ಇರೋದು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛಪಡ್ತೀನಿ, ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತಂಥ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಆ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಭೆ ಆಯಿತು. ತದನಂತರ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇವತ್ತವರು ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ಓದುವಾಗ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮನವಿ ಕೊಡುವಾಗ ಕೂಡ ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಧಿಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ಕರ್ತವ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಧೈರ್ಯದಿಂದ ಒಬ್ಬ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮನವಿ ಕೊಡೋದಾದರೆ, ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನ ಹೊಂದಿದಂಥರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಏನು? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಡಿ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರ ಮಾತನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ತಾ, ಅಂಥ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗಾದರೂ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಆದರೂ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವ, ಸಮಾಜ ಅವರು ಬೆನ್ನಿಗಾದರೂ ನಿಲ್ತದ. ಗಾಯಕವಾಡ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಅವರು ಹತ್ತರು ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾರು ಸಮಾಜದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿಲ್ತಾರೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸಂಘಟನಾಕಾರ, ಅವನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ವಿನಂತಿ ಏನಂದರೆ, ಸಮಾಜ ಸಮರ್ಥ ಆದರೆ, ಸಮಾಜ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಆದರೆ ಅಂತೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ನೆರವು ಪಡಿಬೋದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಸದಾಶಿವ ಆಯೋಗದ ಮನವಿ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಓದಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಇವತ್ತು? ಅದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾದ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಓದಿ ಮನವಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೈತಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಆಯೋಗ ಆಗಬೇಕನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೂ ತಾಕತ್ತು ಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ವಿನಂತಿ, ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ 2023 ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜದ ಮಾದಿಗ, ಅದು ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ MLAಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ, ಸಮಾಜದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ MLAಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದರೆ ಹೊರತು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ವಿನಂತಿ ಏನಂದರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತಿರಿ, ಅನುಭವಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಿಮಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಗೆಲ್ಲತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಮಾಜದ ಮುಖಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಶಾಸಕರನ್ನು ಆರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಹಾರಿದ್ದವರು 12 ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 12 ಆಗಬಹುದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ, ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಕೂಡ ಸಮಾಜದ ಪರವಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪರು ಕೂಡ ಸಮಾಜದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಇದ್ದರು, ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂಡ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ತಗೊಂಡು ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಯವರು, ರಮೇಶ್ ಜಿಗಜಿಣಗಿ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಜಿಗಳು, ಹಾಲಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ, ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ಒಂದಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತಂಥ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗೋಣ. 2023ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಸಕರ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಓದುವಂಥ MA PhD ಓದ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಕೂಡ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅವಧಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ, ಇದು ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವೇದಿಕೆ. ಇದು ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾದಿಗ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾವೇಶ, ಇದು ಸಣ್ಣದಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಇಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ 1 ತಿಂಗಳ 2 ತಿಂಗಳ ತಾವು ಮನೆ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು 20 ಸಾರಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ಹೆಸರಿದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಮೇಲಿದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಸಮಾಜದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿದ ಅನುಭವ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು, ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳ ಒತ್ತಡವನ್ನು ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಅವರ ಮೂಗಿನ ನೇರಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಭವ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಅವರ ಮೂಗಿನ ನೇರಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದಿರಿ. ಈ ಸಮಸ್ತ ನಾಡಿನ ಮಾದಿಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಮಾದಿಗರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ನಾವು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಸಮಾಜ ಇದೆ, ನೀವು ಮುಂದುವರಿರಿ, ನೀವು ಧೈರ್ಯದಿಂದ ಮುಂದುವರಿರಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗೆ ಏನಾರ ಆದರೂ ಸಮಾಜ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬೆನ್ನಿಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ತಾಕತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಮುಂದುವರಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಜೈ ಮಾದಿಗ, ಜೈ ಮಾದಿಗ.
ತುಂಬ ತುಂಬ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ XMLA ಹಾಲ್ಬಾಯಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಈಗ ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಸವಣೂರವರು, ಸರ್ ಬೇಡಿ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕು ಅಂತಂದರು, ನೀವೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ಅಪ್ಪನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾದರ ಚೆನ್ನಯ್ಯ, ಬಪ್ಪನು ನಮ್ಮ ಡೋಹರ ಕಕ್ಕಯ್ಯ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತ ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕುಲಬಾಂಧವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನಾನು ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಸವಣೂರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಡೋಹರ ಕಕ್ಕಯ್ಯ ಸಮಾಜದ ರಾಜ್ಯಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ. ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಸಹ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಕಳೆದ 2 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಕಾರಜೋಳ ಸಾಹೇಬರ ಸಂಪರ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬಂದಾಗ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ನಾವು ಸಮಾಜದ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಇಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಂತ ಅವ್ರ ಬಾಯಿಲಿಂದ ಬಂದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಶಬ್ದ. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದಕ್ಕೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆನ್ನೆಲುಬಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮಾದಿಗ ಸಮಾಜದ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅಣ್ಣನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾವು ಕೇವಲ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ 8ರಿಂದ 10 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಭಾಳ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 1-2 ಲಕ್ಷ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಬೀದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಳಿದು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ. ಬರೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಏನು ದುಡಿಯೋದು, ತಿನ್ನೋದು, ತನ್ನ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದ್ದು ಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಆದರೆ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ಎಂದೂ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದೇ 2 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಕಮಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇಲಾಖೆಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾದಿಗ ಸಮಾಜದ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಸಹ ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಹ ನಮಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಣ್ಣನ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತು ತಮ್ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಹ ತಾವು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ನಾನು ರತ್ನಪ್ರಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ತಾವು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ಇನ್ನೂ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಆಯ್ತು, ಆಂಧ್ರ ಆಯ್ತು, ತೆಲಂಗಾಣ, ಗೋವಾ, ಗುಜರಾತ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸುಶೀಲ್ ಶಿಂದೆ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಜ್ಞಾನರಾಜ್ ಚೌಗಲೆ MLA ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಭಾಳ ಜನ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಸಕರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನೂ ತಾವು ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂಬರುವ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಸಮಾಜ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಕಕ್ಕಯ್ಯ, ಜೈ ಮಾದಿಗ.
ವಂದನೆಗಳು ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಸೌಣೂರವರಿಗೆ. ಈಗ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕೂಡ 1 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಬಯಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಒಂದು ಫ್ಯೂ ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವರನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅವರು ಮೈಕ್
ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ತಗೊಂಡೋದ್ರು. ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ
ಓಂ ನಮಃ ಶಿವಾಯ. ಈ ಒಂದು 4ನೇ ವಿಶ್ವ ಮಾದಿಗ ದಿವಸದ ಅಂಗವಾಗಿ ಈ ದಿವಸ ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಾಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳೇ, ಮಹನೀಯರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರೇ, ಈ ದಿವಸ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾನಂದ ಮನಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ನಾವು ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸುಮಾರು 18 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದ ರುದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಮನ್ ದೇಶಿಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು, ನೀನು ಹಿರಿಯ ಮಗನಪ್ಪ, ನೀನು ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಗುರು ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ತವ್ಯವನ್ನು ನೀನು ನಿಭಾಯಿಸ್ತೀಯ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಭರವಸೆ ನನಗಿದೆ, ನೀನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ನಾನು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದವನು. ಸುಮಾರು 32 ವರ್ಷ ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ನೌಕರಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಕೊನೆಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಆ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿ 22 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು. ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ನನಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ನಾನು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದವನು, ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರವನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನನಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿತನ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಆದರೂ ಅವರು ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಪಟ್ಟು ಹಿಡಿದು, ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನೀನು ಹಿರಿಯ ಮಗ, ನೀನು ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತ, ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತ, ಅನುಭವ ಇದೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಯಾವುದು ಕೆಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ ನಿನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನೀನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿ ಬಲವಂತಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀಶೈಲ ಜಗದ್ಗುರುಗಳು ಶಿವರಾತ್ರಿ ದಿವಸ ಉಮಾಪತಿ ಪಂಡಿತಾರಾಧ್ಯ ಶಿವಾಚಾರ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ನಾವು ಶಿವರಾತ್ರಿ ದಿವಸ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮೋಪದೇಶ, ಶಿವಲಿಂಗ ಧಾರಣೆ, ಕಾವಿ ಧಾರಣೆ, ರುದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ ಧಾರಣೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಶಿವದೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪಡೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಸುಮಾರು 18 ವರ್ಷಗಳಾಗ್ತಾ ಬಂತು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಕೀಳುಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗವನ್ನು ತುಳಿತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಈ ಸವರ್ಣೀಯರು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸರಿಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗ ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಾಗಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಾಗಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಗುರುಗಳು ಸುಮಾರು 1924ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ನನಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ 4-5 ಜನ ಗುರುಗಳು ಮುತ್ತು ರತ್ನಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ, ಬೆಳ್ಳಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಾಗಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮಾಜದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಾಗಿ ಸರಿಸಮಾನ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾಗಡಿ ರೋಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆದಿಜಾಂಬವ ಹಾಸ್ಟೆಲನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆ ಹಾಸ್ಟೆಲ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಸುಮಾರು 1934ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಬಂದಾಗ ಆ ಆದಿಜಾಂಬವ ಹಾಸ್ಟೆಲ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಬಾಪೂಜಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ನಿಲಯ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಆ ಒಂದು ಬಾಪೂಜಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ನಿಲಯ ತುಂಬ ಅಧೋಗತಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೈಪೋಟಿ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನೇನು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದ ರುದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಮಣಿ ದೇಶಿಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಎನ್ರಾಚೇನವರು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಆ ರುದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಮಣಿ ದೇಶಿಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಗೌರವ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಆವಾಗ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಇರಲಿ, ಈಗ ಅದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ರುದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಮಣಿ ದೇಶಿಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆವಾಗ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಾಲೂಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸ್ಟೆಲ್ಗಳು ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗಗಳಿಗೆ. ಆವಾಗ ರುದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಮಣಿ ದೇಶಿಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಹಿರಿಯೂರು, ಶಿರಾ, ಶಿಕ್ನಾಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಹೊಸದುರ್ಗ ತಾಲೂಕುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಹಾಸ್ಟೆಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದರು. ಸುಮಾರು 4-5 ವರ್ಷ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಿರುಗಿ ದವಸ ಧಾನ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ವಸೂಲು ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ವಸತಿಗೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಳ ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸುಮಾರು 4-5 ವರ್ಷ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ಈಗ ಎನ್ರಾಚೇನವರು ಸಮಾಜ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಾಲೂಕುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಹಾಸ್ಟೆಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಆವಾಗ ಹಾಸ್ಟೆಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ನಡೆಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾಪಸ್ಸು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಟ್ರು. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆದಿಜಾಂಬವ ಗುರುಗಳು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಸಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತರಾಗಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸರಿಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ಸವರ್ಣೀಯರ ಜನಾಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸರಿಸಮಾನವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಹಿರಿಯೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಮಠವನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಶಾಲೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅವರ ನಂತರ ಈಗ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮಂದಿರೊಂದಿಬ್ಬರು ಕೂಡ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಏಳಿಗೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಆದಿಜಾಂಬವ ಗುರುಗಳು ಹಗಲಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಶ್ರಮಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರು. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಾದಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗುರುಗಳು ಯಾರು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ನಮಗೂ ಗುರುಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನೀವು ಮದುವೆ ಸಮಾರಂಭವೋ, ನಾಮಕರಣವೋ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಲಗ್ನಗಳು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಸಿ ನಾವು ಬಂದು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾದಿಗ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಪಣ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ದೇವರು ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಮಾಡಲಿ, ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯುರಾರೋಗ್ಯ, ಐಶ್ವರ್ಯ, ಸುಖ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ, ಸಂಪತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ಅನವರ್ಥ ಕಾಪಾಡಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಸಂಘಟನೆಕಾರರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಓಂ ನಮಃ ಶಿವಾಯ.
ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ಈಗ ಈ ಸಮಾಜದ ಮತ್ತೋರ್ವ ಪೂಜ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಗಳಾದ ಹಂಪಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತು ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
ಸರ್ ಪೂರ್ಣಾನಂದ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಹಂಪಿ ಮಾತಂಗಪೀಠ ಬೃಹದ್ದೇಶಿ ಬರೆದಂಥ ಪೀಠ. ಮಾತಂಗ ಋಷಿ ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವಮಾನ ಆದಾಗ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಕಲಿಯಕ್ಕೆ
ಮಾಣಿಕ್ಯವೀಣಾಮುಪಲಾಲಯಂತಿಂ ಮದಾಲಸಂ ಮಂಜುಳವಾಗ್ವಿಲಾಸಂ ಮಾಹೇಂದ್ರನೀಲಧಿತಿಂ ಕೋಮಲಾಂಗಿಂ ಮಾತಂಗಕನ್ಯಾ ಮನಸ ಸ್ಮರಾಮಿ. ಚತುರ್ಭುಜೆ ಚಂದ್ರಕಳಾವತಂಸೆ ಕುಚೋನ್ನತೆ ಕುಂಕುಮರಾಗಶೋಣೆ ಪುಂಡ್ರೇಕ್ಷುಪಾಶಂಕುಶಪುಷ್ಪಬಾಣಹಸ್ತೆ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಜಗದೇಕಮಾತಾ. ಮಾತಾ ಮರಕತಶ್ಯಾಮಾ ಮಾತಂಗಿ ಮಧುಶಾಲಿನಿ ಕೂರ್ಯತ್ಕಟಕ್ಷ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ ಕದಂಬವನವಾಸಿನಿ. ಜಯ ಮಾತಂಗತನಯೇ ಜಯ ನೀಲೋತ್ಪಲಧುತೆ ಜಯ ಸಂಗೀತರಸಿಕೆ ಜಯ ಲೀಲಾಶುಕಪ್ರಿಯೇ. ಆದಿಜಾಂಬವ ಆರಂಭಂ ಮಾತಂಗ ಋಷಿ ಮಧ್ಯಮಂ ಮಾದರ ಚೆನ್ನಯ ಪರ್ಯಂತಂ ಒಂದೇ ಗುರು ಪರಂಪರಂ. ಪ್ರಪ್ರಥಮವಾಗಿ ಮಾನವ ಸಮಾಜದ ಮಹಾಪುರುಷ ಆದಿಪುರುಷ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಪುರುಷ ಎನಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಆದಿಜಾಂಬವನ್ನು ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಮಾನವ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಗೀತ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಮಾತಂಗ ಋಷಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು 12ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದ ಭಂಡಾರಿ ಬಸವಣ್ಣನ ಒಂದು ಅನುಭವ ಮಂಟಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಪ ಮಾದರ ಚೆನ್ನೈ ಎನಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಮಾದರ ಚೆನ್ನೈನ ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಇಂದಿನ ದಿನ ವಿಶ್ವ ಮಾದಿಗ ದಿನದ 4ನೇ ವರ್ಷದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಬಂಧು ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಮುಂದುಗಡೆ ಇರುವಂಥ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧು ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದಗಳು. ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ಏಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೇಗೆ ನಡಿಬೇಕು, ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಉನ್ನತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲವರೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯಿತು. ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಈ ವಿಷಯ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಒಬ್ಬರ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಾರ್ದೆ 1000 ಮಂದಿಗೆ ಹಂಚಿರಿ. ಈ ವಿಷಯ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂತ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಾಲೂಕುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪಥದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಹಾಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಆಶಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಕಟ್ಟುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಮಠಗಳ ಕೆಲಸ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಮಹತ್ವವಿದೆ. ಮಠಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಮಾಜ ಬೇಕು, ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಮಠ ಬೇಕು. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಠಗಳು 4 ಮಠಗಳು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆ ಮಠಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತನುಮನದಿಂದ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಕೇವಲ ಮಠಗಳಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅನುದಾನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಠ ನಡೆಸಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಮಾಜ ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಸಮಾಜ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಲಿ ಮಠ ಕಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಮಠದಿಂದ ಸಮಾಜ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಮೀಪ ಇರುವ ಮಠಗಳಿಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆ ಮಠಗಳು ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮಠಗಳಿಂದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಬೆಳೆಯಬೇಕು, ಮಠದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ಮಠದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಸಹಾಯ ಸಹಕಾರ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಹೇಗೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಗಂಗಾ ಮಠ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದೆವು, ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಮಠ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದೆವು, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾದಿಗ ಮಠಗಳು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾದಿಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಆ ಮಠದಿಂದ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ ಸಿಗಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಸಿಗುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಮಾರು 80 ಎಕರೆ ಭೂಮಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಠಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋದ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರು. ಇದೇ ಪ್ರಕಾರವಾಗಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿ ಮಠಗಳಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಹಾಯ ಒದಗಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದರ ದಿನ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದಿಂದ ಮಠದ ಬಂದರೆ ಮಠ ಏಳಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆಮಂತ್ರಣ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆ ಭಗವಂತ ಆಯುರಾರೋಗ್ಯ ಕೊಡಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸರ್ವೇ ಜನ ಸುಖಿನೋ ಭವಂತು, ಸರ್ವೇ ಸಂತು ನಿರಮಯ, ಸರ್ವೇ ಭದ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಶ್ಯಂತು, ಮಾ ಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ದುಃಖ ಭಾಗವೇತ್. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸುಖ ಶಾಂತಿ ಪ್ರಾಪ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು 2 ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಓಂ ತತ್ಸತ್.
ತುಂಬ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತಾ, ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 11 ಜನ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಮಯದ ಅಭಾವ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಕೆಲವು ನಿಮಿಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದು ತುಂಬ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಐಡಿಯಾಸು, ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ವಿಷನ್ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂಲ ಸಾಧನವಾದ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾವೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಾಯಿತು, ಆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳ ಒಂದು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಲೂ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ತಯಾರಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಾದಿ ಏನು, ಮುಂದಿನ ಯಾವ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಪ್ರಾಸ್ತಾವಿಕ ಭಾಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ತುಂಬ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮುಂದೆ ತಂದು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಗಮನ ಸೆಳೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಭರವಸೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿರೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀಮಾನ್ ಅನಿಲ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಈಗ ಕೊನೆಯ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪರಮ ಪೂಜ್ಯರ ಪಾದಗಳಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕರಿಸ್ತಾ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರು ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಲ ಬಾಂಧವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಕೋಟಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ತಾಳ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಹಳ ಶಾಂತಿಯುತವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಯಮದಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಶಿಸ್ತನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ರೂಪಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅದರ ಕೊನೆಯ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆಯ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಏನೇನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಏನು ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದೆರಡು ನನ್ನ ಆಲೋಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ನಿರ್ಣಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಂಗೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ SCP TSP ಅನುದಾನವನ್ನು ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕವಾಗಿ ಒದಗಿಸ್ತಾರೋ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ 25%ರಿಂದ 30% ಏನು ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಕಾಂಪೊನೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ಲಾನನ್ನು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ಕೂಲು ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಮಾದಿಗ ಸಮುದಾಯದವರಿಗೆ ಸೀಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಆ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಡಿಲಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಈ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ವರ್ಗದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರಿಗೆ ಜಾಬ್ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ ನಂತರ ಕೂಡ ಅನೇಕ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಜಾಬ್ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಇಂತಹ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಲಭ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಕ್ಷೀಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗದ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅವರ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತು PUC ಲೆವೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂಥ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರಿಗೆ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಇಂತಹ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಒದಗಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದೇ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವೊಕೇಶ್ನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಜಾಬ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಪಡಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ವೊಕೇಶ್ನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಅತಿ ಅವಶ್ಯಕವಾಗಿ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲರ್ ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಒಳಗೇ ಸೇರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಒತ್ತಾಯವನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗದ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಧಾನ್ಯತೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಭಾಳ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ MBBS ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ MDಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಮೆರಿಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದರೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಆ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಫೀಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರ ಕೈಲೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. 1 ಕೋಟಿ 1.5 ಕೋಟಿವರೆಗೂ ಒಂದು ಸೀಟ್ಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಫೀಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಎದುರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ ಕಡ್ಡಾಯವಾಗಿ ಖಾಸಗಿ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒತ್ತಾಯವನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ತೇವೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೆರಡು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ 2013ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೊಂದು ಕಾನೂನನ್ನು ತಂದ್ವಿ. ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗಗಳ ಅನುದಾನ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೂಡ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಸ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರಗತಿಪರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಷನನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಲೆಜಿಸ್ಲೇಷನನ್ನು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೂಡ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಒತ್ತಾಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಯಾವುದೇ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹಣವನ್ನು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡದೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಉಳಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಣವನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿಯಾಗಿ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಮತ್ತು ವರ್ಗಗಳ ಪಾಪ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಏನು ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಅನುದಾನ ಒದಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಆ ಅನುದಾನ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾವಾರು ಅಥವಾ ತಾಲೂಕುವಾರು ಹೋಬಳಿವಾರು ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಹೋಬಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿಯ ಅಥವಾ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗದ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಲೀಡಗರ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಆದಿಜಾಂಬವ ನಿಗಮ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ನಿಗಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ತಾಲೂಕಿಗೆ 2 ಗಂಗಾ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ, 3 ಗಂಗಾ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ, ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಗುರಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪೈಪೋಟಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಬಲಿಷ್ಠರಾಗಿರ್ತಾರೋ ಅವರೇ ಅದನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಅನುದಾನವನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ತಾಲೂಕು ಅಥವಾ ಆ ಹೋಬಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗದ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಅನುದಾನವನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಾವು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿನ ಕಾಣಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳೇನಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಬರೀ ಬಿಲೋ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಬಿಲೋ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅನುದಾನವನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅಥವಾ ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಫಲವನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಿಲೋ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಲೈನ್ಗಿಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮೇಲೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಆಗಲೇ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್, ಅಪ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಮೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹಂತದಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಹಂತವಾರು ನಾವು ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಒತ್ತಾಯವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವಿವತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕೇವಲ ಬಿಲೋ ದ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗಿಂತ ಒಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆಯ ಗುರಿಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒತ್ತಡವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಲು ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಹಸುವ, ಒಂದು 2 ಹಸುನ ಅಥವಾ ಕುರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಾಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 100% ಸ್ಯಾಚುರೇಷನ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗದವರಿಗೆ 100% ಸ್ಯಾಚುರೇಷನ್, ಅಂದರೆ ಮನೆ ಇಲ್ಲದವರಿಗೆ ಮನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಇಲ್ಲದವರಿಗೆ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅಥವಾ ಸಾಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಲೈವ್ಲಿಹುಡ್ಡನ್ನು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು 100% ಸ್ಯಾಚುರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೆಲನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಒಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಕನಿಷ್ಠ ಒಂದು ಬಿಲೋ ದ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಲೈನಿಂದ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮೇಲೆ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಬೂಸ್ಟರ್ ಡೋಸನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಕೇವಲ ಬಿಲೋ ದ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಲೈನಿಂದ ಅಬೋವ್ ದ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಲೈನ್ ತರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗಿಂತ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆದಾಯವನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬೂಸ್ಟರ್ ಡೋಸನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವೇನು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ, ಅನುದಾನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಸ್ಟೈನೆನ್ಸ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಫಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕುಟುಂಬ ಬರೀ ಸಸ್ಟೈನೆನ್ಸ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರೋದಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು 2ನೇ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಬೂಸ್ಟರ್ ಡೋಸನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಎನ್ ಸಿ ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪನವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಟ್ರಿಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ CET ಮೆರಿಟ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಫೀಸ್ ರೀಇಂಬರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಕೋಟಾ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಅವರು ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಲಹೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಲೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಾನು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಭಾಳ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ತಾಳ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೂ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಶಾಂತಿಯುತವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಚಡಪಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಕಾಫಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗೋದು, ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಅಶಿಸ್ತಿನ ವಾತಾವರಣನ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಭಾಳ ಶಿಸ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಭಾಳ ಸಂಯಮದಿಂದ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೂ ತಾಳ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವರ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಲಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದಿವಸಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನು ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಮತ್ತು ಏನು ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಿರ್ಣಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಆ ನಿರ್ಣಯಗಳನ್ನು ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಪರಂಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಪೇ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದ ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ನಡೆದು ಬಂದ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮರಿಬಾರ್ದು. ಯಾವ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವಿವತ್ತು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಉತ್ತಮ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಟೆಲೆಕ್ಚುಯಲ್ ಫೋರಮ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವರ ಸಂಘದ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ತೇಗ್ನೂರವರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎನ್ ಸಿ ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪನವರು, ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣವರು, ಬಾಬುರಾವ್ ಮುಡ್ಬಿಯವರು, ಹನುಮಂತಪ್ಪ ದುಗ್ಗಪ್ಪನವರು, ಕೇಶವಮೂರ್ತಿ, ಭೀಮಾಶಂಕರ್, ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ದೊಡ್ಡೇರಿ, ಜಯಣ್ಣ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾಳ ಅವಿರತವಾಗಿ ಭಾಳ ದಿನಗಳಿಂದ ಶ್ರಮ ವಹಿಸಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲು ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದಲ್ಲದೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ವರ್ಗದವರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿತೈಷಿಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರುಗಳು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಉದಾರವಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುದಾನವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಹೆಸರುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆಪಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾಳ ಉದಾರ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಿಂದ ಅನುದಾನವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಅನುದಾನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದನೇ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇಷ್ಟು ವಿಜೃಂಭಣೆಯಿಂದ ಇಷ್ಟು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಜೈ ಭೀಮ್. ಜೈ